wondering if this is at the wrong level.
I think
If
it
you
is.
want these regulated.
Plus, I don't know how many we have in city. Yep.
And I sympathize, but I just don't know
Ready?
Call to order the regular city council meeting for this Monday, August 3rd. Let's start with the roll call, please.
Blessum. Here. Fuller.
Here.
Janser.
Here.
Locken.
Here.
McMartin.
Here.
Padragula.
Here.
Samuelson.
Here. Please stand and face the flag, put your hand on your heart, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Alderman Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate you guys letting me jump in here. So I want to bring a motion to the floor right now real quick. I would like to direct staff, this is a three-part motion, so we were talking about this earlier. I'd like to direct staff to bring an ordinance change to move personal appearances from last on the agenda to right after the flag and roll call for all meetings going forward. It will have to go through 2 readings, so that will probably be effective in October. The second part is to move public appearances for this meeting and the subsequent 3 meetings before the ordinance takes effect to the beginning, so people can get up there and talk. And then the third part of that is to eliminate the fill-out card, where people have to come in and write down what they want to talk about and say and everything. So I'll leave it right there.
Second.
Thank you. If I can continue, Mr. Mayor. I think these little changes just make our meetings more accessible, more transparent, more welcoming to the public. Today, most people, if they want to come in here and talk to us, have to sit an hour or longer and wait to talk to us, and I don't think that's fair to sit and talk to your elected officials. You should get to talk to us before we make decisions and before we have discussions on things so we understand what the public wants. I think it'll be better for us going forward. Thank you.
Alderman Padragula.
Yeah, I wanted to second heartily Alderman Fuller's motion. This is one of the things that I've been concerned about for a long time. The legislature allowed us to be more restrictive, and I wasn't on the council when we chose to be more restrictive, but I thought that was a mistake, and I wanted to let some time pass to see how it was going. But I've always had serious reservations about putting people last and asking all that information about them, and then the warning that if they don't fill it out, we're not going to let them speak. So I probably wanted to go another month to see how it went, but I think since you made the motion now, I think I'm more than happy to endorse it. Anything we can do to make it easier for people to interact with us, I think the better. So thank you for making the motion now, and I will support it now.
City Attorney.
Mayor Janser, Alderman Fuller. So I just consulted the Century Code here on the public comment statute, and 4404 20.1 is where we took the language requiring the card. So the reason why we do it is because subsection 2 of that Century Code section states that an individual providing comment at a meeting shall provide to the governing body in writing their name and address. So if they can provide the name and address at the very least. They
Could
may
we
not.
do a sign-up sheet up there?
With the name and address, certainly, we've done that in the past.
I mean, then when they walk up to the podium, they can just fill out the sign-in sheet, so we have their name and address?
Yes.
And that handles that?
That should handle it. I mean, it talks about here in 2 that you could limit it by agenda topic, and you're not probably going to know that until they start speaking to that extent. So there may be an amendment that's going to need to take place too with our resolution on public comment to accommodate that too, just to make sure they're both aligned. For purposes of today, because our ordinance sets the order of business before the council, you can always by special rule add more to the agenda. So if you want to add like between 2 and 3 on the agenda, public appearances, I think it's well within the council's purview to do that. My recommendation would be to leave section 8, though, the personal appearances at the end as well, just for people who may not have had noticed that this change would be taking place today. So if somebody should come in halfway through the meeting anticipating personal appearances is going to occur at the end, they're not going to have missed their shot, and they'll have had some opportunity to still share their part.
Yeah. So I'll move that amendment.
And
Your motion.
I'm fine with that. yeah.
Okay, I think by our rules, we probably need a second and to vote. We don't do friendlies, right?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll second that then.
Okay.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the original motion. Any discussion of the amendment? Alderman no?
I've got a different question. So
Okay. Very well, then let's vote on the amendment. And I think, Alderman Patagula, are you logged in? If not, we'll do a roll call vote.
I don't know that I'm logged in, and I
Okay.
also lost my mouse somewhere. The cat ate it. Sorry.
And just to clarify, so this amendment would be to amend the original motion to require a sign-in sheet.
Yes.
Well, to be careful though, and also to amend today's agenda.
Yeah. To
So
add.
what we're doing is we're adding
Oh.
essentially 2.5, which would be personal appearances at the beginning.
Okay. Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser,
Yes.
Locken,
Yes.
McMartin,
Yes.
Quadrigula,
Yes.
Samuelson.
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment has passed, and now we're back on the original motion as amended. Alderman McMartin.
Just a point of clarification for me. Having appeared before council in the past, it was always, if you were speaking, you needed to be speaking about something not on the agenda. Is that still the case with these changes?
I'm not sure that's been the case.
So, if I could, Mr. Mayor, I believe our rules and state law reads the opposite of that, which is that it must be on this agenda or the prior agenda. Now, my opinion is we've been lax on that. We've allowed more speakers outside of our agenda. Now, and the city attorney can correct me, we have to be careful with that, obviously, because you don't want to cut someone off in the future when you've already done that. But so far, I think we're okay because I don't think we've limited anybody by agenda whatsoever. I do believe that that is something we should pull off. I liked it how it was, which is anybody could come, they could decide at the spur of the moment, and they could come and address us. I've said that all along, and I think that's a better path for us. And I think this change, moving it earlier, is kind of the icing on the cake on all of that. And so I think that package together is what makes sense.
No, Mr. Mayor,
Alderman McMartin.
Alderman Blessam, I was not objecting to what the change was going to be. It's just my memory was there from it had to be something not on the agenda. So I didn't want that hanging out there.
Okay, maybe one other little detail, there is, in our resolution, there is language that says that the comments must be pertinent to the city of Minot and fall under the authority of the city council, and must be directed to the council as a whole. So there is some limitations in there, if you will. So,
Yep.
any other discussion before we vote on this motion? Alderman Padragula.
Yeah, I also would want to remind the public that although we have the right to ask for an address, that is not subject to the open records law, if I'm correct, Madam Attorney?
If it's something that's being shared with the public entity, no, it wouldn't be open to the open records laws. Typically what we'll do is we'll redact
Right.
whatever's before, like the place where you live. So like before Minot, North Dakota, we would redact that, or Burlington, or if you're from someplace out of state.
The
we'd
reason I
redact
bring
the
this
specific
up is that,
address.
thank you, is that something happened about 20 years ago when I was on the council. It's still stuck with me. We were asked to approve a grant through the police department for the domestic violence program. And we had several domestic violence victims in the audience, and they wanted to speak to support this. They needed these services and wanted these services the grant would provide. And when they were told they had to give their addresses, you could just see the chill in their eyes, the fear. Many of these women had been stalked and or threatened by domestic violence perpetrators. And it stifled totally their ability to speak out. Some of them had the courage to kind of mutter something. But that incident has stuck with me. When someone is addressing us about some personally dangerous or embarrassing matter, I think to ask for their address is just really inappropriate. And I still remember that incident. I still remember the expressions on their faces. I was just really troubled by that. So anything we can do to keep people's addresses, identifying information like that private, I think we need to do, and the public needs to know about that. Although we ask for their address, we will do our best to keep that redacted.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, are we doing a roll call again? Yep.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman McMartin?
thinking about what Alderman Padragula just said, perhaps it would be better to either have a pile of the individual slips or on a tear-off for the name and the address, and then when they leave the podium, there's a box or something that goes in, so whoever's following them doesn't see the address. If we're trying to protect somebody.
Mr. Mayor, if I could on that.
Alderman Blessing.
Thank you, and I agree, John. I think that if we can find some way to get there. The one thing I would mention, though, is that some of the model around having the sign-in sheet at the podium matches exactly how the legislature handles this, one-to-one. That's exactly how you do it when you go there. So I'm with you, though, John. I do think that we want all those protections, which is why I would never advocate for say it verbally. Right? I think we would say, let's make sure that there's a decent paper way to do it. One way to handle it, I think, would be to allow either one. One way or the other, you've got to get the information to us. A slip beforehand works great, or something set off to the side, or the sign-in sheet makes it easy to walk up, right?
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, we're ready to vote, and call in the roll, clerk.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser,
Yes.
Walken,
Yes.
McMartin,
Yes,
Padragula,
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, so that brings us to personal appearances, part one. So tonight, and tonight only, apparently, you'll have the opportunity to speak now in this section, or if you want to keep your powder dry and wait until section 8, which is farther down towards the end of the agenda, you can do that as well. So we're having personal appearances, and I guess, okay, so I do have two people who've said they wanted to talk. And the first one is Teresa Riddy. Am I saying that right? Riddle? No, I don't see an L, but.
Teresa.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Teresa Riddle, and I've been a resident of Minot since 1973. My husband and I, he worked at Wesley's for 47 years. I worked 2 different jobs. at First
Excuse me, could you
Western
speak
Bank
up or move the microphone?
and Keycare. What?
move your microphone down.
I would encourage the
Thank you.
3 elected council members to not abandon the fiscal responsibility they promised during their campaigns by favoring the city departments who seem not willing to attempt to cut their budgets by 3% as recommended by city manager. You 3 were elected on promises to protect taxpayers and avoid increasing the property tax burden. You also knew the city's financial condition while campaigning. Minot taxpayers have already endured years of excessive property tax collections that ultimately have refunded out of reserves because they exceeded what the law allowed. The council now finds itself in a divided between members committed to controlling spending and those willing to expand it. Mayor Janser, as the deciding vote on many key issues, you have the responsibility to provide the leadership needed to keep the council focused on disciplined budgeting and the interests of the citizens of Minot. We expect you to vote against the proposed $6 million increase in property taxes and find other ways to balance the budget. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Joan Habacher, I think. Is that correct?
I guess I basically have a question. Why do we need an address? Is it only city residents that are allowed to speak up here? And I guess I would say if that's the case, that's not fair because everybody within the 2-mile limit, if they're building anything, doing anything, they have to abide by city rules. They should be able to speak to you guys in public as well as be able to email and call or text any of you. So that would be my question on that, whether you guys need to address that, I don't know, but seems like, why do we have to have an address? Is it only because only city citizens are able to speak?
Thank you very much. Next up,
Mr. Mayor, we have the city attorney.
I don't mind answering
Oh,
that.
city
So
attorney?
that century code section that I read earlier, 4404 20.1, subsection 2, and I'm going to read it verbatim, an individual providing comment at a meeting shall provide to the governing body in writing the individual's name and address. The individual's address is an exempt record, which means it's up to the discretion of the entity whether or not they want to release it or not. So it's in state law, the reason why we have to do it. My suspicion is just transparency purposes for the council, so they know if the person that's speaking to them is a resident of the city or not. And then they can give it its due weight.
So it's not that somebody outside of city limits can't speak. Anybody within the area can speak, is that correct? Correct?
you just heard it read, so.
Sorry?
I said you just heard it read, so.
Okay.
That's what
I
the
just
sa-
wanted to clarify
that's-
that.
That's
'Cause
what's
when
in
I
the
was-
state law.
Okay, because when I was running that, I was telling people who were outside of city limits, that doesn't mean you can't talk to the council. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Jessica Klein.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jessica Klein, and as you know, I represent Marketplace Foods. Marketplace Foods recognizes that the council has decided to create a separate retail off-sale license. Our concern tonight is not the issue or the creation of that license, but the decision to issue it without any issuance fee. The budget before you tonight does not include an issuance fee. As I've presented to the council before, the city that's neither equitable nor consistent with how other North Dakota cities value off-sale liquor privileges. Cities that issue a separate liquor license have an issuance fee. Grand Forks requires an issuance fee of approximately $42,560, and Fargo requires an issuance fee of $90,000 just for the off-sale license. These cities recognize that there's a privilege of selling alcohol and that the off-sale value has real economic value. The issuance fee here should reflect that the value of that privilege. Setting the issuance fee at zero shifts the entire burden of the previous regulatory system onto existing businesses while giving new entrants the same privilege at no comparable cost. Marketplace Foods is simply asking the council to establish a reasonable issuance fee that recognizes the value of the license and treats existing and future business owners more equitably. Doing so preserves fairness, respects the investment the businesses have already made under the city's prior ordinances, and avoids creating two classes of license holders with vastly different costs for substantially the same privilege. Thank you.
Alderman Blessam.
If I could, I just want to be clear about what the preliminary budget holds and where our fee structures actually exist. Our preliminary budget doesn't contemplate anything whatsoever in regards to those fees. Is that correct, Tom? I don't believe it contemplates anything to do with these fees. And our rates will come from our final rate resolution that is part of the final budget passage in October.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessman, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Padergula.
just a comment. I'm surprised by this. I have deliberately stayed away from the liquor thing, and most of it was handled by a committee before I became a council member again. But I thought this was all worked out. So it kind of surprises and disappoints me that it hasn't apparently been worked out. And if what the attorney's saying is accurate about fees, that really does seem grossly unfair. It'd also be a nice source of a little bit of extra income for us as a city. But I'm just very puzzled that this has come out at this point. I thought that had been taken care of by the committee, and that it had taken a lot of time. It had members on it from the sales community and the public safety community. So I'm just kind of astonished by this coming up now. And I think when it comes time to setting a fee resolution, I think that's something we definitely should be looking at.
Moving on. Candy Klein. And I think this relates to a handout that everybody got and an email that we got that included, I think, either the handout or some significant amount of information about this. So, good evening. Friday, I think.
Good evening, Mayor Janser and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Candy Klein. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Elaine Eddington, a military spouse who lived at Minot Air Force Base from 2024 to 2026. Because her family recently PCSed to another location, she was not able to attend tonight.
Ma'am, can you, get the mic closer to your, to you, so that we can pick it up. We are broadcasting this meeting, and so in order for that to work, we have to have, we have to have the mics engaged.
Okay,
So-
do you need me to start over, or?
No, just go
Okay.
ahead, but that's fine.
Okay, so I am here to ask the City of Minot to consider adopting Luffy's Law, a local ordinance establishing reasonable standards for commercial pet boarding facilities within Minot and its extraterritorial jurisdiction. This proposal is not about placing unnecessary burdens on responsible businesses. It is about creating clear, common-sense expectations for licensing, inspections, record-keeping, transparency, and emergency response when families trust a boarding facility with their beloved pet. For many families, pets are not property. They are companions and family members. When a pet is placed in commercial care, owners should be able to trust that basic safety procedures are in place, that records are maintained, and that serious incidents are documented and disclosed appropriately. Luffy's Law is named in memory of Luffy, whose disappearance while boarding at a local kennel exposed gaps in local oversight. In December 2025, Luffy escaped after a gate was reportedly left unsecured. After his disappearance, his family struggled to obtain records, surveillance footage, incident documentation, and clear information about the facility's response. Despite 108 days of community search efforts, Luffy was found deceased on the kennel property on Easter Sunday, April 5th, 2026. Nothing can undo that loss. But the circumstances show why minimum standards matter. Families should not have to wonder whether a facility has secure gates, emergency procedures, incident reports, vaccination records, or transparent communication practices. Responsible kennel operators should also benefit from clear standards that distinguish professional care from inadequate practices. Luffy's Law would establish practical local requirements: licensing for commercial boarding facilities, periodic inspections, basic safety and sanitation standards, required record keeping, incident reporting, and emergency response procedures. These are not extreme measures. They are reasonable protections for animals, consumers, businesses, and the city. Other North Dakota communities have already recognized the importance of local oversight. Fargo adopted licensing and inspection requirements for commercial boarding facilities in 2020. Minot can take a similar common sense approach and tailor it to our community's needs. This proposal also has meaningful community support. An informal petition gathered 1,342 signatures in only 6 days, including support from Minot residents, Ward County, and commissions across North Dakota. That response reflects a clear public interest in stronger oversight and greater accountability. I respectfully ask the council to direct staff to review this proposal, gather input from responsible boarding facility operators, animal welfare professionals, and residents, and begin drafting an ordinance that establishes minimum standards for commercial pet boarding in Minot and its ETJ. Luffy's story cannot be changed, but Minot's response can be. By adopting Luffy's Law, the city can protect animals, support responsible businesses, and give families greater confidence when they place their beloved pet in someone else's care. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments and bringing that to our attention. Is there anybody else who would like to speak in this section of personal appearances? All right, seeing no one, we will move on with our agenda. We are at item number 3, which is the mayor's report. I have a proclamation tonight. Whereas the Minot Farmers Market has long provided residents with access to fresh, locally grown and locally produced foods, while supporting area farmers, ranchers, bakers, artisans, and other small businesses that contribute to the vitality of our community. And whereas the Minot Farmers Market strengthens the local economy by creating opportunities for agricultural producers and entrepreneurs to connect directly with consumers, encouraging sustainable agriculture, supporting family farms, and fostering meaningful connections between rural and urban communities. And whereas the Minot Farmers Market Association is committed to promoting access to fresh local foods, supporting local businesses, and providing family-friendly events that bring residents and visitors together while celebrating the rich agricultural heritage of the Minot area. Now, therefore, I, Mark Janser, Mayor of Minot, North Dakota, do hereby proclaim August 2nd through 8th, 2026, as Minot Farmers Market Week in the city of Minot, and encourage all residents to support the Minot Farmers Market and recognize the important role it plays in strengthening our local economy, promoting healthy living, and building community connections. Signed, Mark Janser, Mayor. And I think we have some representatives from the farmers market here, and I'm gonna come down and present this, and we'll have a little picture. Go in the middle so you guys are all. Continuing, I had a number of engagements this past couple of weeks since the last meeting. We had the Chamber Board meeting and also a meeting with the Board of the State of North Dakota State Fair. Had one-on-ones with the city attorney, city manager, met with the Public Works Director, met with a local church group that's looking for ways to better our community. Participated in the North Dakota 4-H showmanship event, which is where you get to show an animal at the arena. We had a meeting of the LPR Audit Committee. Had dinner with General S.L. Davis, Commander of Air Force Global Strike Command, when he was here in town. Attended the NAWS Authority Board meeting and various other calls and emails. So that is my report. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on, and that brings us to section 4 and 4.1, which is the city manager's report. City manager.
Mr. Mayor, good evening, members of council. City manager's report is attached, as is the norm. There are quite a few very fruitful discussions and meetings and site visits. I did put a recommendation for you all in there to further consider the municipal court relocation and recommend we hold a joint meeting with the commission, county commission sometime soon to continue down that path and see if that's that recommendation of relocating to the Ward County Courthouse is supported by both entities. No further comment.
All right, any questions for the city manager? Seeing none, we'll move on. City attorney's report. City attorney.
Mayor, members of council, I attached a written report to the agenda, and I can stand for any questions at this time. I did send out an email right before this meeting addressing an executive order that was issued by the governor here just today, regulating kratom. So that's something that I want to just kind of bring to everybody's attention. It goes into effect on Thursday, and it's going to prohibit the sale and call a special session of the legislature to discuss regulating that substance here in the future. I can stand for any questions at this time.
Any questions for the city attorney? Seeing none, we'll move on. Section 5 is the Planning Commission report. Item 5.1, item 5.2 is a public hearing. This is a zoning map amendment related to the Minot Legends Soccer. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak to this item for or against? Anyone wishing to speak about the zoning map amendment? Seeing no one, is there a motion from the council?
Mr. Mayor, I'll
Alderman
make
Fuller?
a motion to close the public hearing and proceed with the recommended approval.
Second.
Second by Alderman Blessam. Any discussion?
Yes.
Alderman Padragula.
I'd like someone, staff, to representing the Planning Commission to answer a question.
Okay, is there somebody here from the Planning Commission? City planner?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When I looked at the plat map, there was an issue in that a possible route for a bypass of the south side or southwest, I guess, bypass would cut through two of the proposed soccer fields. Has that been resolved yet?
Mayor Janser, Alderman Padragula, this is one of many potential routes for the southwest bypass. So it hasn't really been addressed because it wouldn't affect their immediate plans, which is an indoor soccer complex. So it may in the future affect their ability to have as many outdoor soccer pitches as they'd like to have, but at this point it doesn't affect their immediate plans. Like I said, it's one of many potential routes.
So they want the thing rezoned, replatted, whatever, and the primary purpose right now is to build the indoor facility, which would not be in the possible right-of-way of that southwest route.
Mayor Janser, Alderman Padragula, that is correct.
And they are aware of the fact that there may be some encroachment in terms of wanting to take some of that land.
They are.
Okay, good. I just want to be sure about that. Thank you.
Thank you, city planner. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we will vote.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser,
Yes.
Bakken,
Yes.
McMartin,
Yes.
Padragula.
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessing.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Item 5.3 is a public hearing related to the Tolberg Shores Third Edition preliminary plat and easement vacation. This is a public hearing on the Tolberg Shores Third Edition. Anybody wish to speak to this? Anybody in the audience? Last chance. Alderman Blessam.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move that we close the public hearing and approve the item as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Fuller. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
It appears that everyone's logged in, so I'll start electronic voting now.
Okay?
The cat regurgitated the mouse.
The motion passed unanimously.
Item 5.4 is a public hearing related to lots 1 and 2, Southeast Ridge Business Park, 4th Edition, preliminary plat and zoning map amendment. Is there anybody here to speak to this item? The Southeast Ridge Business Park, 4th edition. Last chance. Seeing no one, Alderman Fuller.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and approve as presented.
Second.
Second by Alderman Blessam. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Item 5.5 is another public hearing. This is a lot size and setback reduction with a, in the land development text amendment. It's in the land development ordinance. This is a text amendment. This is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak to this proposed change? Anybody wish to speak to this? Seeing no one, is there a motion? Alderman Blessam.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we close the public hearing and approve the item as presented.
Second.
Second by Alderman Samuelson. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessam.
Thank you. Not necessarily on this specifically, but I just wanted to let the public know and just kind of get it out there that we've got a series of changes that have been really spearheaded by Alderman Fuller and pushing hard to get the land development ordinance in a place where we're going to get a lot of housing development going. And I just wanted to say thank you for that. Nice work. And what you're going to see are some changes to the regulatory environment, again, meant to spur that development. And these pieces that we're going to be going over the next little while here are important pieces as a big picture. We need the entirety of them. That doesn't mean that there couldn't be individual votes, obviously, on each piece, and we'll be going through that. But this is an important part of doing what we need to do to get development going in this city, and it really needs to happen soon.
That's a timely comment, Alderman Blessam. I would also like to thank the planning staff as well as Brian Billingsley leading that crew. I think this was a good effort all the way around to try to get to some of these suggestions, and so we will work through them one at a time here. So we have a motion and a second on 5.5. Is there any further discussion by the council? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Item 5.6 is another public hearing. This is on removal of foundation planting. Again, it's a land development ordinance text amendment. It's a public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak to this item? Anybody wish to speak to this item? I see no one approaching. Council, Alderman Samuelson.
Mr. Mayor, I would move to close the public hearing and approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Blessam. Any discussion by the council? Any discussion? Seeing none, we will go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Item 5.7 is a public hearing. Again, it's a land development ordinance text amendment, which is removal of most parking minimums and maximums. Public hearing on parking in the land development ordinance. Billy, Ms. Gunderson, I see, would you like to speak to this? You're raising your hand, okay.
Addressing minimum parking standards. If you remove those standards, you remove parking. You remove handicap parking, which removes accessibility. At Citizens Alley now, they do not have handicap parking. They don't have parking of their own. The closest parking, handicap parking that they have is on Main Street, with the exclusion of Minot Commission on Aging, which states that violators will be towed. There is no time frame for when it is that they will or will not be towed, only that they will be towed if they're violating the parking there. So I would ask that you do not remove the minimum parking standard, because it removes parking and then removes handicap parking and equal access. Thank you.
Alderman Blessing?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could I ask the planning staff to please come forward and address the ADA requirement?
Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessing, this would still be reviewed during building plan. ADA requirements are required by federal law, and removing our minimum parking standards for parking volume by square footage of building will not change the fact that ADA parking spaces will still be required. You will still have to provide the van parking over a certain square footage, and you still have to provide the paved accessible walkway from ADA parking to the building and to the nearest pedestrian infrastructure if there is any. Those are federal requirements, and they will remain in place. We're talking about regular parking spots that are, we give you a number by square footage of your building. We're not going to do that anymore. That is what we're removing. ADA requirements will still be required.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Further comments? Further comments? Okay. Alderman Fuller, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and proceed as presented.
Second.
Give that one to Alderman Samuelson.
I just second, that's.
Oh,
Yeah, okay. Alderman Potter-Gula.
thank you. I have some concerns about this. I don't like the idea of being so intrusive. When I looked at all the pages of rules right now, it does seem overboard. I am concerned, however, about a concern that the engineering department raised at the planning commission, and that was with people parking in residential areas, just moving off of the large parking lots or whatever we mandate now, and moving them to adversely affecting residential areas. I'm not sure that I don't know if that was really looked at by the planning commission very much, and I think we should certainly downsize and simplify the parking requirements, but I think there's a potential here for creating more of a problem, particularly in residential areas. And I think many of us have received complaints about that in the past of some business. People flood the adjoining residential neighborhoods or apartment neighborhoods, and creates a lot of traffic for people, a lot of unpleasantness in terms of trying to find a place for them to park. So I'm wondering if there's some middle ground on this, if there's some compromise that can be reached to, some water down to reduce the requirements, but still allow some measure of adequate parking. One of the things that was pointed out during the Planning Commission meeting was that there really is no jurisdiction the police has. You can park for 24 hours on a public street, if you park in front of somebody's house, or there's a lot of parking and traffic, not a whole lot they can do about it. So I'm a little concerned about that, about completely eliminating it. And I guess my thought would be to send it back to them and see if they can come up with some safeguards for people who are impacted.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Alderman Blessing.
Thank you. So just a couple of points quick, just to make sure that everybody has this straight. This is not impacting residential zones whatsoever. This is taking a look just at commercial. My general thought process is always going to be what's the minimal regulation necessary to make sure that we are competitive and that we're giving business owners and property developers every advantage that we can to make stuff happen. And where this tipped over to the other side of being a yes on this is working with the planning staff and asking the question, is this the right direction? Our professional planning staff who studies this and keeps up nationwide on what's going on is saying this is the right path and the right direction. And so for me, that's when that matches up with my perspective, I'm in a good spot for a yes vote.
Alderman Potter-Gula.
In that event, I guess I'd like to hear from planning and engineering staff.
All right, Mayor Janser, Alderman. So the city planning staff did take a good look at this, and nationwide, the American Planners Association is saying getting rid of parking minimums has had a net positive effect on the communities that have done it. Are there a few negative externalities sometimes? I will say, when I came to Minot, I didn't understand the you're parking in front of my house, that's my spot mentality. In every city that I've lived in, it's public right of way, and people park in front of your house. It's public road. It's maintained with taxpayer dollars. So that, I guess that argument hasn't really resonated with me personally, but we did do a great deal of research into this, and in general, it's been found nationwide in the cities that have done this, businesses are smart. They know what their traffic volume is, and they're providing adequate parking for their customers because they want their customers to come and spend money at their store. They don't want them to get there, find out there's no parking spot, and go to the other guy's store. It's one of those things that there could be issues, especially in areas where there's shared parking. However, that becomes a civil issue in this case. To address the residential issues, you will notice that we kept multifamily and single-family housing parking regulations in place. And that is because nationwide, the number one problem with removing parking minimums was apartment buildings. They have a high tendency to be directly adjacent to residential neighborhoods, and for some reason, that particular business wasn't great about self-regulating. So we left those in because those were the case studies we were seeing where there was problems, was multifamily housing adjacent to single-family residential. So I guess if you have questions, most of the research we did came from the American Planners Association and the case studies provided on their website for planners to do their research.
That makes me feel more comfortable, thank you.
City Engineer.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, our only point was just to try to bring up that there could be an issue if you have commercial property right adjacent to residential, there could be some spillover. So it's not that we're against it, it's just more of this could be an issue and you should consider that. So that's all we were trying to do.
And do you think it's been adequately considered then?
I mean, I think so. I think it's one of those things we'll have to evaluate as time goes on, and it might be case specific. You might have a very popular business right next to a residential area, and there could be problems there, but then down the street, it's fine. So I think it's one of those things, we'll just have to monitor it, and if it becomes an issue, then we'll address it then.
How would you address it then?
Well, probably for that particular instance, we might not be able to do much if they're underparked, but going forward, we can make adjustments to the ordinance if need be.
Could you impose time limits on parking, for example?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Potter-Gula, yes, and we do this downtown. In certain districts of the city, we put time limit parking on, and that'll work as long as it's enforced.
And I noticed that in front of some schools, this has come up actually from complaints on people living opposite, in the cul-de-sacs opposite the high school. And there were some issues there. I think they got around it by putting up limiting parking signs during school hours or something. And also by Minot State on 11th Avenue, parking, I think, is prohibited during school hours or during the school session or something like that. So there are some alternatives if it does get bad. But I just wanted to be sure about this because engineering staff did speak against it, and I wanted to be sure that the concerns were adequately understood by the public and the rest of the staff and council.
Yeah, and again, we just wanted to make everyone aware that this could be a potential conflict between the two zones, and that's all that was.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That satisfies me.
Alderman Blessing.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Lance, too, I think one of the important parts is that there's still a discussion during the DRT. So there's still a time when we've got city staff from all the different disciplines working with the developer on what they're suggesting. And that's a spot where staff can be saying, are you sure? Are you sure you want 3 spots with this kind of volume of business? And so I think there's checkpoints where our professional staff will be involved in the discussion. And again, it's not a mandate to say you must do this, but at the very least it spurs the conversation. And so I feel comfortable with that.
Lance, would you opine or agree with perhaps some of the problems that exist in residential excuse me, areas have more to do with the older parts of town where there was a commercial strip and residential backed right up to it. And we don't see as much of that being developed today.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman McMartin, I would agree with that. I think if you look maybe close to the Broadway corridor downtown, as over the decades, those zone types have changed. You know, you're going from industrial now to commercial, and that was right adjacent to residential. You're going to have more of that. With modern zoning, you know, you're trying to step away, you know, commercial and then maybe some medium density housing and then the single family. So I think it's a little more controlled now. But we're still going to have some instances where businesses can redevelop, and with this ordinance, that could come about. So again, it was just trying to make everyone aware that there's a potential for conflict.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else for the city engineer? All right, thank you, Lance. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the council? Seeing none, the public hearing has been closed. Any further discussion by the council? Seeing none, let's vote on the motion.
The motion passed unanimously.
All right, 5.8 is a public hearing. This is an LDO amendment, text amendment related to accessory dwelling units. So this would be a smaller dwelling unit on a lot that perhaps has a residential single-family house on it, for instance. Anybody wish to speak to this? Last call. Seeing no one, Alderman Blessing.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and approve the item as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Fuller. Any discussion by the council? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
That brings us to item 5.9. This is a proposed land development ordinance text amendment with regulation changes, which would make some changes here. Let's see. I might have a so it would recommend that the city council adopt staff recommendations and approve the amendment as presented on first reading. Anybody want to talk to that? Seeing no one, is there a motion by the council?
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Samuelson.
I would move to close the public hearing and approve the item.
Second.
Second by Alderman Locken. All right, any discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and cast our votes.
The motion passed unanimously.
That brings us to 5.10. This is a land development ordinance text amendment related to R3D row home district, defining that and putting it into the land development ordinance. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to this? Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this amendment? Seeing no one, council?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we close the public hearing and approve the item as presented.
Second.
Moved by Alderman Blessam, seconded by Alderman Fuller. Any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, it's time to vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
5.11 is a public hearing. This is another LDO text amendment, and it is the removal of park fees. It's a public hearing. Anybody wish to speak to this?
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Ellie DeLoyers. I am the Executive Director for the Minot Park District. I just wanted to give a brief history, as I did at the Planning Commission meeting regarding the Park Land Dedication Ordinance. In 2014, the Minot Park District and the Minot City Council came together with a shared forward-thinking vision. We launched the Public Land Dedication Ordinance. The philosophy was simple. As Minot grows, our public spaces must grow alongside it. We wanted to work hand in hand with developers to ensure our families have parks, green spaces, without placing that financial burden entirely on our current property owners. To maintain flexibility, this ordinance provides two options: dedicating actual public land within the development or contributing a fee in lieu of land. If the fee structure is the primary concern of this council, we are more than happy to have a conversation to adjust those numbers. However, our concern with completely removing the ordinance is the detriment to planning. It is absolutely integral that parks are included in the early stages of planning for future developments and community growth. Public spaces, trails, trail connections, and easements must be integrated from the beginning for a community to succeed. Every single citizen deserves access to public spaces and a safe route to reach them. Through collaboration and communication, we ensure these items are a priority. I'm standing here today because this ordinance is 10 years old. It is not perfect, and there's certainly room for improvement. And we welcome updates, but removing it entirely is a step backwards. Ordinances such as this are common in almost every major city in North Dakota. For a few cities that do not have it, leadership is actively working on language to propose it. We don't copy others just for the sake of it. But when a tool is effective across our state, it deserves to be preserved and refined, not discarded. And yes, starting this fall, the Minot Park District will receive the voter-approved half-cent sales tax. Let me be entirely clear on what that tax achieves. It will directly reduce property taxes while providing essential dollars for operations. It allows us to maintain our existing facilities at a high level without adding to the local property tax burden. And just a note on that, our preliminary budget that was passed this past month took our general cap fund from that guaranteed 26, which was proposed in the June vote, down to 18.4 mils. That's a 42% reduction in our general fund. While the sales tax allows us to fix and maintain what we currently have, The public land dedication is our tool for long-range planning. A healthy organization must do both. We must maintain our current assets today while preserving a clear vision for tomorrow. We understand that no ordinance is perfect. We are completely open in sitting down and having a conversation and finding solutions to any operational friction points. We work closely with city staff, and if developers and council members have valid concerns, we want to address them at the table. However, removing the language completely, we believe, is a detriment to long-range planning.
Any other folks want to comment?
If I could ask Ms. Deloyers to come back.
Oh, okay, sure.
Thank you for repeating what you said at the Planning Commission. I listened to the tape, and it was pretty much the same thing, so you're consistent at least. I wanted to get some sense of what your plans are in terms of parks, and particularly what kind of funding mechanisms you have now or would or would not have if this thing were changed. I understand that the pitch you made to the voters was that we'll lower your property taxes, but we need a source of income for maintenance and to try to address really the deferred maintenance. I don't recall you ever saying anything about increasing the number of parks or improving the amenities in the parks. So how are you going to finance that, and what kinds of things are you looking for?
Right, and you're absolutely correct. Right now, we are currently looking at the maintenance of our facilities. That is 100% the direction that we are moving in as the Minot Park District, and that's the pitch we went with our half-cent sales tax. With this ordinance, we want to make sure we're planning for the future. So when a new development comes in, we are at the table to have a conversation. We work with the city employees in their master plan of new park locations. I'm not suggesting that those parks are going to go in a year from now, 5 years from now, or even 10 years from now. But planning is an essential part of that. And we are just asking to keep a seat at that table.
And I guess what I'm trying to get at is, and I'm responding partially to concerns I've had from citizens, is that we seem to have a lot of, or not a lot, maybe it's not a lot. To me, it seems like we have an adequate number of big parks. We have Oak Park. We have Roosevelt Park, which is going to be modified a lot. We have the zoo, which is wonderful. We have the new, I don't know what name you give it, the park at the west end of town.
The outdoor recreation area?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seems like there are a lot of these, and they're really nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think maintenance needs to be improved. I think everybody admits that.
Yep.
What I'm looking at is if we do indeed have an adequate number of these large magnet parks, if you will, would you be more interested perhaps in developing local neighborhood things that kids can bike to, or parents can take their stroller with their kid in, or people can use a fitness pad to get through their neighborhood more safely without running into cars and stuff? Is that kind of the direction you're going, or are you still going to be looking for these big magnet parks?
I think that currently we're looking for more of those regional parks, is what you're referring to. And a regional park would be something similar to Oak Park and Roosevelt Park.
You are.
And a big part of it for future planning.
Okay.
A big part of this conversation is also trails and trails connections.
Right.
We have a lot of great trails in Minot. Our connectivity of those
Not good.
is extremely limited. So I think this needs to be part of that planning conversation as well.
Would you folks be open to more of the neighborhood, down the block kind of park, maybe a little splash pad, or the accessible children's play area at Oak Park strikes me as being an excellent opportunity. Would you be open to things like that?
I think that we are open to the conversation. As I've mentioned, right now we are very much focused on our maintenance.
Right.
But I think that, our vision and our big picture is how we grow into the future and how we make sure that we have these areas as hopefully our city continues to expand.
Okay. So you're not asking for this just for the big magnet type parks?
No.
Okay.
What I am asking for is to be at the table and planning and moving forward as a community and working together and having an open line of communication.
And how has this fee that's been collected for 10 years, how has that helped you develop new facilities?
You know, at this point, so in our, these fees come in and they go into our park foundation. Right now, there's $208,000 in that line. And, you know, I know the question has been brought up, well, what have they done with that? Well, while I'm not downplaying that amount of money, when it comes to putting in a park and putting in infrastructure, that amount of money is not enough to start a new park, to implement a new trail. So right now, when a developer comes in and they work with city staff and they pull that permit, that is when that triggers if fee is what we have chosen to go. So I couldn't agree more that we need to sit down and talk about the fees and talk about how it moves forward. I think all of us, including our board, are in agreement of that.
Would you be open to the idea of a sliding fee scale? Because one of the people who contacted me was a developer and former alderman, and he pointed out that $1,000 for an entry-level house is a lot of money. If you're building $1 million house, $1,000 is pretty much irrelevant. But if you're looking at the $270,000, which is unbelievably now what you get a starter home for, that's a lot of money. And he pointed out that the sales tax on building materials was pretty expensive, and that this fee would be more than that, significantly more than that, and in the range of the connection fees we charge for utilities and stuff. So would sliding fees be something you'd be willing to look at?
Yeah, I think right now, if we're able to go back to the table, I think all those discussions are things that we need to have.
Okay.
And as you know, I stated earlier, our funding mechanism have changed. So that needs to be a part of this new conversation.
Yeah, so you see that as significant as having an independent source of income apart from the sales tax to develop new parks?
Yeah, I feel like sitting down and having a conversation, a constructive conversation, is an important part of this.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Yep.
Alderman
Mayor,
Blessam.
thank you. So Ellie, you're really, to me, there's two pieces to this, and you're talking about them very clearly. The first is that the Parks Department, working with the city, needs to have a seat at the table. I don't think there's anybody here that's doubting that whatsoever, and I believe that's what DRTs do. I think that's exactly the path. And then the second part is what are all of the funding mechanisms we use to get the quality of life items that we want, okay? And so for me, the funding question is different than does Parks have a seat at the table, and are they represented so that we can continue that planning? And so that maybe is just a statement. I'm just kind of regurgitating what's going through my mind as you're talking about that. Now, the one thing that I did want to ask, in your mind, if let's say that the Parks Department decided, you know what, we've got some concept that we like and we'd like to do a Leach Park or a Hammond Park, that type of facility in the city, what would the process be right now? Because to me, those aren't going to come from, oh, we like that development going in, let's go try to grab some of their land. To me, your planning's got to be way outside that. You've got to be way ahead of it, and you've got to be saying, we have a concept for this, we need to buy this piece of land, this size of land, and you've got to find a way to purchase it. And from what you just said, $208,000 isn't going to do that.
Correct.
We're not going to be anywhere near it. And so I guess my question is this seems like, I guess what I took from what you just said is, boys, you better figure out a way to increase this if we want parks. That's number one. And number two, the process really, this is not the mechanism anyway. So I realize that it's setting some money aside, it's making sure that you have a way to be in communication. But I think we have to focus on that and look at the dollars different. Because when we get to our discussion, we'll talk more about what these dollars actually do and what the ramifications are, and you know what type of growth we may be stifling or promoting if we make these types of changes. So I just said a bunch there. If you want to comment on any of it, please go ahead. But the big thing for me is I want you to have that seat at the table. I know your board members. I know them all well. You know, I think we need to have that conversation ongoing, but to me that is separate from the funding and two parts to the same question.
Yeah, and I apologize if my statement of that not being, that's just the reality of where we're at. I am by no means suggesting that we're going to increase those fees. That is not what I am trying to articulate to you today. And I am very grateful to hear that we will still have a seat at the table, because I think that is really what we are focusing on in this conversation. And as I stated before, this is a 10-year-old ordinance. It probably is time for it to have a look at, to continue those conversations. I just don't want that seat to be taken away if this language is taken away.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just to follow up on that, is if whoever, I don't know if it's Lance or if it's maybe Brian, I mean, is there any reason or anything we need to do officially to make sure parks is a part of our DRTs? I mean, they are, right? I mean, that's how we handle them today. And is there anything that we would need to do legally to ensure that that continues? DRTs, I don't believe, are an ordinance, right? That's a procedural thing that we do. Is that right, Tom? Yeah. So is there something we can offer them that ensures that they will have that seat going forward? And again, we don't have to solve it today, but that's a concern I'm hearing from Ellie, and I do believe that one. I do think as part of our overall planning process, we have to be taking their needs into account.
I mean, Mayor Janser and Alderman Blessum, for what it's worth, I think the DRT meetings are as simple as just keeping them on the meeting invite. And that way, if you have questions about the DRT meetings that they're having, I mean, some of them are as simple as adjusting a lot line 5 feet between two property owners out in the ET zone. Some of that stuff, I don't know that the Park District is necessarily going to be wanting it on every single DRT. But I mean, I would leave it up to probably the community development staff to, let them know if there's something that they want to be involved in.
I guess what I'm asking for is something a little stronger than that, because the last thing that I want is to hear from whether it's a park board member or someone in the community saying, "Oh, there's a whole new thing going on and Parks wasn't involved at all." I want to ensure that seat at the table when those discussions are going on. Or is there, again, I don't think we need an approval process, but there's something there. And I don't know that we can solve it live. We don't like to do that stuff, right? So I would just ask that we take a look at that. And as part of our motion as we go forward here, I think we could direct staff to do that as we finalize this item. Okay?
Alderman Fuller.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Ellie, thank you for coming in. And I want to reiterate what Mike said. This isn't about taking the seat away from you guys at the table. You guys need to be a part of that, absolutely. I think what this is more about is we're hearing from community members, especially builders and other people, that this fee is sometimes more expensive than the permit that they require to go get their house, right? So I dug into your guys' budget over the weekend a little bit, and I just want to go over some numbers with you. Do you know how much you guys collected in this fee over the last 2 years?
I believe we're right at that $80,000 mark.
About
I think.
$87,000, yep, absolutely. Do you know how much you levied in property tax this year?
This year, I believe we are at 36. I'm going to look at my numbers, Guy.
You're talking the 26 budget?
Yeah, it's 11.98 million.
But our mills,
So,
yep.
Okay, so I just want to throw some numbers out there for you guys, and I think this is where I have a problem with the number, and the people in the community do too. So over the next 20 years, if sales tax doesn't increase at all, you will collect $130 million in sales tax from the community for 20 years, right? If you take your property tax levy down to the 40% reduction that you talked about, instead of 11.98 million, you will levy 7.65 million, right? That's if a mill doesn't change at all for the next 20 years, which we know it will. But if you extrapolate that out over 20 years, that's $153 million on top of the 130. And then if you take your fees and your memberships and everything that you charge everybody, last year, you don't have this year's numbers, but last year that was $7.2 million that you guys collected. So extrapolate that out over 20 years, that's another $144 million. So in the next 20 years, you will collect $427 million from this community in sales tax, property tax, and fees. And you're telling us that this $87,000 that you collected over the last 2 years is make or break going forward? To me, I think you should be able to operate on that $427 million and maybe do some parks, some small parks, right, which is what we're talking about, and some walking paths. And I think that's where the public is having a little bit of a hard time digesting this and saying they're going to collect more money than they've ever collected before over the next 20 years, and they're going to fight about this little amount. And I mean, that would extrapolate, if we did that, it would extrapolate out to $870,000 over the next 20 years. Like, that's where I have a problem with this. I don't have a problem with you guys being at the table and wanting to help direct where the city goes and how the parks and everything is. But these fees are directly passed on to the homeowners, the people that are buying these homes. And it is expensive to live in Minot as it is, and all this does is add to everyone. EHC is paying over $48,000 this year for a park in lieu of fee for a commercial property that they're building north of the bypass. Are we going to build a park up there? We're not. So we're making people pay fees that probably shouldn't have to be paid because you guys are going to collect $427 million over the next 20 years from us if nothing were to change. I guess that's where I have an issue.
I appreciate your perspective, Councilman Fuller. I do want to reiterate, I'd never suggested this was going to make or break the Minot Park District and our future growth.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, why the push to keep it then?
As I stated when I first came up here, my push is to continue the conversation and to sit down and have a constructive conversation with you or any representative from this council and developers. We have a very big picture mindset at the Minot Park District. We want to see growth. We want to see maintenance projects being done. So I'm not sure of the divide because I believe I came up here to state we want to work together and find a solution.
Right, but you're also advocating for not removing the fees.
I never said I was advocating for not removing the fees. That's a part of the conversation.
Well, when you went to the park board, or I'm sorry, to the planning commission, you got up and said the same thing, and they recommended that we don't remove the fees at your urging.
They recommended that you not remove the language at the extent that was presented. That's what I took away from it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman McMartin.
Rob, you mentioned a commercial development north of the bypass. One of the things that commercial properties do, hopefully, is increase employment, bring more people into town, and those people are going to want more recreational opportunities. So if you want to talk about perhaps reducing fees on some of the residential properties, I could see that, but I'm not so sure that I could agree and think that reducing fees on subdivisions solely for commercial property makes any sense whatsoever.
Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Fuller.
Okay, to your point, John, what they charge is 1% of the total value, right? Mm-hmm. So let's extrapolate this out to pig iron in 2 to 3 years. Mm-hmm. If pig iron is valued at $3 billion by the city and it's annexed in, do you know what their fee will be?
I haven't calculated that, no.
$300 million.
And I think that's why Ellie suggested she would like the opportunity to sit down and have some of these conversations with staff with us, if that's necessary, and developers before we just arbitrarily take it away. And
again, she just said, though, that she is not looking for the fees. She just wants a seat at the table. And you're saying...
No, she said she would like the fees to stay. But
guys, will you please address the chair?
Sorry, Mark.
As you're making your remarks.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Bless.
Thank you. So I just want to bring a little different perspective to it because there is that whole side. There's how much is the money worth? I want to look at it the opposite way. As I just said a little bit ago, a whole set of ideas here about how we can spur some development have now been produced and now largely passed. We're getting to the end of that process, which we have been told by developers, guys, this will help. This will get us moving. This will get things going. Let me talk about what I believe, based on some back-of-the-envelope calculations, are the break-even point with what we're talking about right now. So right now, with the $1,000 per property number that we're using, a simple 12% increase in development will more than offset what you're losing in fees. If we were going to have 100 homes built in the next 2 years, if instead we build 112 because of this package that's been put together and we pass, at 112, you get more out of property tax and sales tax than you do out of the fee. We need to spur development. We need housing. To Alderman McMartin's point, if we've got huge businesses coming in, if we've got a new facility coming on North Hill, yes, they need things to do, but you know what? They need a place to live. It's hard to use a park if you can't even live in town. And you know what? They will go to Surrey and Burlington and all the outlying areas in a heartbeat. And so that's what this is about to me. A 12% increase pays for itself in the increased tax revenue that they'll have. If tax revenue is your thing, it'll cover it. To me, that solves the problem right away and says, you know what, let's get the development moving.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman McMartin.
again, I'll just reiterate, I can understand the reduction or perhaps the removal on residential housing. But when it's commercial development, industrial development, those fees will help pay for parks for the people that are working for them in areas that don't already have parks. And we back ourselves into corners when we take opportunities away. And this ordinance, as Ellie has suggested, has been around for 10 years. I grew up in North Dakota. I came from Montana, and Montana has had a parks dedication in effect probably for over 50 or 60 years, and it's worked well to allow those communities to expand their parks. So I'm not adverse to reducing on residential, but the other pieces of property makes I think there's a different equation there, and I think what we need to do is delay this and give Ellie and others a chance to sit down, the developers in the room, sit down and have some conversations and see where we end up.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Alderman Samuelson.
This is a public hearing, and we're debating this question. It's really not appropriate.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the park director? I see none. Thank you, Ally. Okay, now, anybody else wish to speak to this issue? Yes, Ms. Gunderson.
Mayor, council members, I'd like to ask that before giving an opportunity to Minot Parks to take on more responsibility, that you do a walkthrough of the ownership that they have at the public parks, trails, and fishing docks. They say that they're for all people. They're not accessible, old and new, not in the summer nor the winter. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Alderman. I would respectfully request that the
I'm sorry, could you identify yourself, please?
Absolutely. Tom Warsaki. I'm a person that lives in Minot.
Okay, thank you.
I would ask that the city council adopt this proposal as written. With all due respect, I would be willing to bet you that 99% of people that have bought a house or constructed a new house had no idea that this fee was in there. I bought mine recently. I had one built. I had no idea it was in there. With all due respect, this is nothing more than a special assessment. And I know this city council has been very reticent to not put special assessments on and make it over everybody. This is a special assessment. If you're going to build a new house, that's another $1,000. And with all due respect, whether it's $1 million house or a $100,000 house, it's a special assessment. You're assessing that person that wants to move into this community and become a member of this community. It's just it's an extra fee for them. And I respectfully disagree on the commercial. We want more commercial in here so that more people can buy houses and they can go to the stores here and buy cars here and refrigerators or whatever else here. And the only way, because this city is not growing right now. We had an oil boom where the city was growing, and right now we're stagnant. And this would be one way to try to break that that ceiling, for lack of a better term. Get more people in here so that we can collect more in taxes from everybody. You know, I appreciated the numbers that Alderman Fuller said to all of us. That is real numbers. And so again, I respectfully ask that the city council adopt this as written, then go back, and if you want to figure something else out, great. But from my perspective, it's nothing more than a special assessment. Thank you very much.
Mayor and Councilman, I would like to start just by saying that we have a great zoo. We have 2 great big parks and a lot of smaller parks, and I use a lot of them, and I'm thankful for them. But number one, with this in there, and like Tom said, he didn't even know that fee was in there when he built. I think a lot of people don't. But with this, it means that some people are going to be paying the Parks District 3 different ways. Number 1, property tax. Number 2, sales tax. And number 3, building fees. So they're paying the Park District 3 different ways. Number 2, using the city residents' money, they are using city residents' money to build things outside of city limits. To me, that should be Ward County building whatever they're doing. So I don't agree with that either. Number 3, if I can't maintain my own home, I'm certainly not going to be building. But they have been. They haven't been maintaining, but they've been building extra paths and bike paths and different things. And again, outside of city limits, some of it. Number 4, the Parks District talks a lot about quality of life, and when they talk about all that they're doing, I don't see them putting in cement paths and maybe a separate pad for people with wheelchairs to be able to easily get to the concerts and movies in Oak Park. I also don't see paths for people with wheelchairs to get to a lot of the picnic tables. There is none. And so it would be really hard to push yourself in a wheelchair if you have that capability to get them to a picnic. So, I mean, different churches and businesses have picnics during the summer for their staff or their people. And yet people with a wheelchair would have a tough time getting to a lot of these picnic tables in Oak Park. Also, my definition of quality of life is having enough of my money for my expenses and the amount of money that the Parks District is going to be pulling in, like Alderman Fuller was just talking, in perpetuity. I mean, they're talking this money for maintenance, but in 20 years, they're going to go back to the number of mills that they have been. So 20 years seems like a long time out right now. It's really not. So the district is going to be, we should let this source of income for them go. And so if I can't, let's go back to here. And I guess all of this basically means that I personally don't think the Parks District is using our finances that they're taking from us. I don't think they're using them wisely. And like Tom suggested or said, Minot hasn't grown. So why are we paying more as if we are? And then like others have said, and you've talked about with Ellie, it does add tens of thousands and maybe millions to a business that maybe they shouldn't need to. So I agree. I think this should be passed as is. And then let the Parks District be in on the planning. They can still do that, but they don't. My personal opinion is they don't need this. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just real quick, I just want to be
Alderman
clear,
Fuller.
because a couple people have come up here and said pass as is. The Planning Commission recommended to not remove the fees and to leave the language. So, if you want the fees removed, we cannot pass it as is, just so everybody understands that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Mike Hayes, here on a developer builder. Even though I'm out of the business, I still am helping out a son that is in it. Just the finance end of it, the money part of it's really, to a builder's irrelevant. It gets passed on to the people. Just in the fee per house, we're getting ready to do a development, a few developments, to bring the revenue of the city of Minot will drastically go up. $475 on a starter home. We're talking, we'll be providing $270,000 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses. $475 by that sales tax increase that the Parks Department got. That's on every single builder in the city of Minot. They are paying that tax for any building materials, any type of HVAC, plumbing. Everybody pays that tax. $95,000, all that accumulated into our per project. Then you add the $1,000 fee, $1,475. Our building permits for these houses are probably going to be $800, $850 at the most. And again, I'm just looking at it to we want housing built and we want people here, but we keep adding the fees to it to keep making it just that much harder to get a hold of. And that was I sent a letter out to each member, kind of explaining my standpoint and the pros, cons of removing this fee. To me, we built homes up in Ramstead. We built homes over on the west side of the bypass, all over Minot. Have we gotten anything for it? Nothing on North Hill. A battle for a year over a walking path that we can't seem to get rid of, but the Parks Department doesn't want the maintenance even if we did put it in. So little parks, they don't want little parks scattered. They want the money. It's too much maintenance. If a builder or developer goes in and puts a park in, let's take out at Stonehaven, 55th Crossing. If a park goes in there, that's the only facility that the city of Minot is going to have for miles that they have to send a crew out to take care of a little park out there. So they'd rather have the money instead of. In the ordinance, it says that they're to build a facility in the general area or at the discretion of the board. Well, we all know what that means. The money will just go away. So just from my standpoint, from a builder, developer, the fees have had their use. When we had the flood, it helped restore a lot of damage that we had. Now it's time, 15 years later, it's time to reevaluate and make some changes. Thank you.
Okay, we're still in the public hearing. Anyone else want to speak to this item? One more time.
Hi, I'm Miranda Heisler. Kind of tried to put down some of my thoughts into words here, I guess, but I want to talk about affordability and what we're asking Minot residents to pay for public recreation. I want to be clear, I support our parks. I think we have great facilities. I understand they cost money for maintenance, facility costs, things like that. But I also think we need to look at what the taxpayers are being asked to contribute in total. Minot voters just voted to approve an additional 0.5% sales tax dedicated to the Minot Park District. That tax is estimated to generate approximately $6.5 million every year. And yes, it comes with significant property tax relief. The Park District's general fund levy has been capped at 38 mills. The ballot measure lowered that cap to 26 mills, and the Park District's preliminary 27 budget goes even further by proposing only 8.4 mills. That deserves to be acknowledged, but there's another side to this conversation. Sales taxes are paid by homeowners, renters, seniors, young families, and people who may not own property at all. A renter doesn't receive a Park District property tax bill showing a $170 reduction, but that renter will still pay the additional sales tax. A senior who has limited taxable purchases may not notice much of a difference, but a working family buying clothes, household supplies, restaurant meals, and other taxable necessities and purchases will. And after helping fund the Park District through taxes, residents can still have to pay again when they actually use many of these Park District services. The Roosevelt Park Pool costs $5 a person. A family season pass has been around $170. Aqua Zumba classes is $5 each session. Adult pickleball and tennis leagues are $98 for people without season passes. Adult volleyball can cost $499 a team. Co-ed softball, $755 a team. Adult baseball or basketball is about $840 a team. A birthday party package at the Mesa Arena is about $228. Some youth summer programs charge $25 for a child. None of those prices by themselves necessarily sound outrageous, but that's actually the point. The government tends to look at the costs as one at a time. Families don't have that luxury. The property tax comes out of the household budget. The sales tax comes out of that same budget. Water bill comes out of it. Electric bill comes out of it. Our mortgage or rent comes out of it. Our groceries, our insurance, our gasoline, our childcare comes out of it. And the $25 recreation registration comes out of that very same paycheck. Now consider what has changed. The Park District's preliminary 2027 budget is approximately $19.1 million. The new sales tax alone is expected to generate approximately $6.5 million annually. That's roughly 1/3 the size of the entire preliminary Park District budget coming from this new revenue source. The Park District has identified approximately $26.76 million in maintenance needs, and I understand why that additional revenue is requested. But if taxpayers are providing millions of dollars of additional annual revenue, I believe we should be asking something in return. Can we make recreation more affordable? Can we freeze the admission and recreation fees instead of increasing them? Can we offer more reduced cost family passes? Can we expand discounts for lower income families or seniors? Can we make more youth recreation fees extremely inexpensive? The Minot Park District's own stated mission is to provide opportunities for citizens to enhance their quality of life. These opportunities only enhance somebody's quality of life if they can actually afford to participate. That's one of the things that concerns me the most. We should never reach a point where our family helps pay for food, for a pool, arena, ball field, or recreational facility through our taxes, but we can't afford to take our own children there. These are public facilities. The people paying for them should be able to use them. So rather than automatically asking what fees are needed to increase next, I would ask what our elected leaders and the park board to turn that question around. With approximately $6.5 million in new annual sales tax revenue, what fees can we hold steady? What programs can we make less expensive? And what can we do to make sure every Minot child has access to the recreational facilities their community is paying for? Because the success of the new tax shouldn't only be measured by how many maintenance projects get completed. It should also be measured by whether the people paying the bill can actually afford to enjoy what they're paying for. Thank you.
Still in a public hearing on the issue related to park fees. Any other people wish to speak?
Mr. Mayor.
I don't see anyone.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessam.
Thank you. I'll move that we close the public hearing, that we pass an ordinance change that would remove the park fees, and that we direct city staff to develop, whether it be a resolution or whatever legal documentation we need to give parks a permanent spot at the table for discussions around the development of our city.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessam.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to go back to just some perspective in all of this. A little bit ago, we talked about what would happen if we changed parking structures and whether a new business coming into town would have the ability to set their own number of parking spaces. The idea there is to make sure that developing and starting a business in the city of Minot is as streamlined and regulation-free as we can make it while still having an orderly society. That's what we want. And we also want to make sure that the fees are commensurate with what needs to happen, both paying for city staff and in the taxes that they pay long-term. That's our aim with all of this. I want to make sure that everybody understands. I gave one part of that story before where we need to raise 12% new growth to offset the actual fees we're removing. To me, that's a simple hurdle. Let me say it a different way. If we choose to cut off our toes because we've got an issue there and our leg is the real issue going on the other side, if we have policies that hinder development, North American Iron coming to town for the Park District, if that gets annexed in and they are now on the property tax rolls, you know what that's worth a year? Not the 40 to 80 grand or whatever we're talking about with this. That's $2 million a year in one facility, one business. And yeah, that's an outlier. That's a big one. But what about the ones that are willing to come to town and then they keep getting hit day after day by this regulation and this tax and this fee and this added thing? Suddenly their project doesn't pencil anymore, and we give up the property tax to try to make sure that we're grabbing a fee. That's what this is about. We just passed a series of motions, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to vote yes on this motion to pass this final piece. And you know what? The development that it brings is going to more than offset any fee questions we had. We're also in this motion addressing, ensuring that the Park District has a seat at the table as we develop and build our city. And to me, that's the last piece that makes sure that we've got them on the right side of this working forward so we can be great partners in both directions. And to me, this is a no-brainer to get this done. $87,000 in revenue, we can't afford to have anything along those lines that's going to stop development from occurring and the build out of our city. We need to get this passed.
Further discussion. Alderman
Mr. Mayor.
Samuelson. Oh, sorry. Can you hang on? City Attorney?
I actually just have a point of clarification, Mayor Janser and Alderman Blessum. So in terms of the ordinance that's attached to this agenda here today, is the motion to pass that ordinance and then with the anticipation that there will be amendments to that on second reading at the next meeting? Or is it to ask staff to bring a new ordinance that will then be presented for first and second reading?
So if I could, Mr. Mayor, so Steph, I don't have the exact language, and for me to try to read it live is never a good thing.
Absolutely.
I want to make sure I understand that you get my intent, and then I'll ask you to help me work through the answer to your question. My intent is that we pass the ordinance change that will remove the fee. That's number one, okay? If that's as written today, that was before the Planning Commission, they brought a recommendation that was contrary to that. So I can't simply say pass the Planning Commission's recommendation. I need to bring a different action, which is pass the underlying ordinance change on first reading. And yes, it would leave open a second reading and modifications. If there are those that are generally agreeable, but they believe that there should be some small fee or some other adjustment, we have a second reading where that could be contemplated. Is my motion sufficient to do what I just said?
And I apologize, Alderman Blessum. I'm just trying to think of the most efficient way to address the question that you have.
Point of order.
Alderman Padgula.
Don't we first have to deal with the motion that's on the floor, which is approving or denying the recommendation? If we deny it, then an alternative motion, I think, would be in order, wouldn't it?
No, Mr. Mayor, if I could, my take on that, and you'll rule, Mr. Mayor, my take on that would be that we are free to bring any motion that satisfies the agenda item.
Yes, and really the question that I have right now is a clarification on the motion as it presents on the floor as to whether or not it's presenting it on first reading. I mean, so the ordinance as it presently sits before the council actually, it strikes all of the language, like from the ordinance. So it's much more broad than just striking the fee itself. So as contemplated in your motion, Alderman Blessum, you would be contemplating recommending to approve that proposed ordinance, which is contrary to the recommendation of the Planning Commission, only striking the portion relating to fees and leaving the remainder of the ordinance intact.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, my apologies. I'm normally better prepared than this. I want to adjust my motion. And if it's better, if you'd like me to withdraw it, I can do that first, and then I can bring a new motion, if you'd prefer, or I can simply restate what I'm intending.
It's up to you, Alderman
Okay.
Blessman, if you want to
Mr. Mayor,
restate.
I'll withdraw my motion. I believe we need the second to agree.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll bring a revised motion.
Try number two.
So after reviewing this again live, my motion will be to accept the land development ordinance text change as presented to Planning Commission. And to do, which would do what I mentioned a minute ago, and then direct staff to bring additional language, whether it be in resolution or an ordinance, to ensure that the park department has the ability to be at the table.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion.
If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Samuelson, I'm sorry, yes.
Question, I had the question for Mike to clarify, which he did, so I'm okay with that. When we look at this, actually, until we started looking at the LDO changes and what it would take for development, I didn't even know this fee was in here. I was absolutely shocked that part of our economic development, we're trying to get homes and stuff built here, and we bring businesses in, and we give them tax breaks and property tax breaks that the citizens end up paying, and we add another fee on top of that. Now, something else that has not been brought up here is on some of these developments, the developer can give property for that park. Who do you think pays for that property that was given to the park? The homeowners that are buying homes in there. The developer's not giving it away, just like they're not just giving the $1,000 away. That's put whatever, I mean, if they have an acre for a park, whatever that land costs is going to all the rest of those lots. So the people that are building are paying it either way. And just like any other entity that's looking at doing something, and I participate in our parks. I'm at Oak Park quite a bit. We go to the zoo. I appreciate them very, very much. But we're getting basically overtaxed on this, and this is a fee, and you know, you could call it a lot of other different things, but it's not out in the open. And I don't think there's very many citizens in this city that know it. It's a hidden fee that nobody has seen, and I think it's horrible to do it that way. So I'm going to support this motion.
Mr.
Further
Mayor.
discussion, Alderman Blessing.
Thank you, and my apologies, because in the second motion, I messed it up as well because we have a public hearing open. And so I need to amend my motion to add closing the public hearing.
And I'm in agreement.
I think by the way our new rules read, we're going to need to vote on that amendment.
Then I'll second the amendment.
Okay, so we have an amendment which adds closing the public hearing. And any discussion on doing that? Seeing none, we'll vote on the amendment.
The motion to amend passed unanimously.
Okay. So now we're back to the original motion, which includes closing the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion?
Is this just about closing the public hearing?
No, this is Alderman Blessam's motion about passing the passing the recommendation that was put before the Planning Commission as it was.
So the recommendation before the Planning Commission was to keep the fee?
No, that was the Planning Commission's recommendation. The recommendation to the Planning Commission was to eliminate the fees.
And everything else?
Yes.
Okay. Should have taken some aspirin. I'm not really sure what this motion, I mean, I understand a little bit better, but I just wanted to make some comments, and I'm not sure which motion these apply to, but just some things came up. We keep hearing a lot, first of all, about this North American iron. Nothing's happened. I mean, hopefully it'll come here. I think we should talk about it, but to base our plans on this one particular business coming here, I think is premature. You know, I've wished devoutly that we get the Chevy plant from the sky for 25 years. Hasn't happened. Will it happen? I don't know. But I'm not going to make my plans based on that wish of mine. So I just encourage us to be a little cautious about that and not see this one particular business as the salvation or the solution to all of our problems. A second comment I'd make is that a lot of these complaints, I think, have to do with, at least concerns have had to do with the management of the Park District and how it spends its money. I think those people need to come before the Park District. I similarly get lots of letters and complaints about how the schools are expensive or the overall tax burden's expensive. You know, this gets stuck on the city, and I'm a little tired of that. If you don't like how much you pay for taxes, go to the schools. They're the ones who take most of your money. If you don't like how Ellie and her people manage their parks and maintain things, go to them, not to us. I think we've become the dumping ground for a lot of these complaints, which I think are legitimate, maybe legitimate, and some clearly are. But, you know, please go to the proper governing board. Next comment I'd like to make would be that one particular person, and I make this because of what's going to be happening coming on down the road with our budget. People complain how the taxpayers are soaked in different ways. I think actually that's a good thing, as long as it's in the open. I think establishing a broader base of income for government makes more sense. You know, I think people generally at the state and local level have said, you know, property taxes are about as high as we want to pay. And I think that's good. And the Park District successfully sold a sales tax increase to partly compensate for a reduction in property taxes. So for me, balancing this in terms of fees, property taxes, and sales taxes, and grants and fees for services is the way to go to reduce the burden on one particular group of people or through one particular channel. So I don't see that as a problem at all. I think that's a good thing, actually. And finally, I guess the thing I would say is that this sounds like, you know, the issue of the city cooperating with the Park District and maybe taking a closer look and making it more public in terms of their finances and what we could or could not contribute, because we're just basically a tax collector. This isn't our fee, it's their fee. It goes in their budget. What I would suggest is that we task the liaison committee where the schools, the parks, the city, and the county get together with talking about this and looking at how we can work together more effectively. I think this issue of a seat at the table is one thing that can be accomplished. You know, I guess I'm not sure I'm willing to balance the Park District's budget as much as I like the parks. I think it's their responsibility to make the income they need for their plans. But I think it's something we should be coordinating more carefully. So I'd like to see this matter referred eventually, or maybe not eventually, but even more quickly, to the liaison committee and coming up with the assurances that I think we all feel comfortable granting the parks a seat at the table, and yet reevaluating a little bit more closely, you know, what the budget, the city's contribution to that budget should be. And I just wanted to share those things.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I don't see any, so, yeah, you want it, City Clerk? Yeah, you could read the motion, that'd be great.
Okay, so the motion that you'll be voting on is to close the public hearing, accept the LDO text amendment as presented on first reading, and direct city staff to develop a resolution or policy stating Minot Park District will be part of the DRT process.
Everybody clear on the motion? Okay, Alderman Patagula.
So I'm not sure. So the motion would stop us from being the collection agency, the collecting agent for the parks. They'll be up to them to come up with this source of money. We're not going to be collecting it for them.
That's correct, I believe, yeah.
Okay. And we've had different points of view as to what the impact would be on them. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. Please make your votes.
The motion passed 5 to 2 to 2 with dissent from McMartin and Padragula.
Okay, we have been at this for roughly 2 hours or going on it. I am going to call a 6-minute recess, 5-minute recess till 7:30.
Take.
You can all take your seats, please. We'll reconvene the meeting. Who am I missing? McMartin. All right, we are on item 5.12, which is also a public hearing. This is a appeal by Lichty Homes about 5309 Zaharia Drive. This is a public hearing. Anyone who is here to speak to this item, please come forward, and we'll hear what you have to say.
Good evening, Mayor Janser and members of the commission. My name is Tom Erie, and I am with Lichty Homes. We currently own lots on Zaharia Drive. I've reached out to a few of you on the commission, and I've answered some of your questions. The appeal is requested so we can finish off some existing lots that we've had out there for over a decade, probably closer to 2 decades at this point. And I'm here to answer any of your questions that I can help with on this particular property that I've been heavily involved with for a lot of years. So,
okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Erie? Okay. Maybe stand by. Something might,
thank you.
come up. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Anyone else wish to speak about the lot out on Zaharia? I see no one, so Council, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessam.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we uphold the appeal and that we direct staff to implement a PUD to fix the problem going forward.
I'll second it.
Second by Alderman Fuller.
Can we add closing the public hearing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we want to close the public hearing?
Oh, yeah, and close the public hearing, I'm sorry.
I'll second that as well.
We were so good throughout, and then the last two.
All right. We have a motion and a second discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Fuller.
Doug, so I know you've been talking a little bit with some of us behind the scenes on this. If we have you guys bring forward the PUD, will that allow Tom and his company to continue to pour footings and do everything as we're putting it in place?
Mayor Janser, Alderman Fuller, this is going to be a compromise because they are going to have to hold off on construction of the structure. However, I feel that if the council agrees to direct staff to work with them to do a PUD, that would imply that you guys are going to approve said PUD when it makes it through the process into council. So for new council, planned unit development is what we were talking about. It is a overlay zoning district for these specific properties that will give them special entitlements, and our recommendation would be to set setbacks within that PUD similar to what you would see in a mobile home park with a private road. That it's a compromise. It will take time to get through that process and get it here. We're probably talking November before the entitlements would be in place to move forward on building of the structure. However, laying of the slab and prepping the slab for like your bottom plates and things like that, getting your screws in place and all that, it does not require a building permit. It requires a foundation permit. So they could just apply for that permit, get the foundation in place, and begin building as soon as the PUD is approved. Why the PUD, staff feels the PUD is the best tool to use here is because it doesn't just address this lot. It addresses all of the other lots in this subdivision that were platted kind of like a mix between mobile home community and R1, and our current rules just don't work in there. They don't. So let's make rules that will allow this subdivision to be built out. PUD is the tool to do that. However, again, it requires going to Planning Commission, first and second reading at this body. So it will take some time to get there, but I feel that the builder could move forward with a great degree of confidence that it's going to be approved and start working on that foundation work, which doesn't have setback requirements.
Okay, so let me ask you, Tom, is that work for you guys? I know you've been talking about this one specific lot where you got forms in the ground and everything like that, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just I want to be very clear, and Doug, I want to make sure you've got this right too. What my motion is, what's on the floor right now would allow Mr. Erie to move forward tomorrow with getting that built because I'm upholding the appeal. I just want it clear to everyone. Now, but I do want to hear the question because I've got the same one for you, Tom. Because that's a big step. Okay, legally, appeals are not something we can take lightly or should take lightly. Okay, so we want to be very careful there. The planning staff has a PUD that is the answer to get this done and done the right way, but that does mean you could pour the footings, you could get all the work, the dirt work done, but you could not begin building until likely November. And so to Alderman Fuller's question, can you answer that and what that means for you guys?
That is very less than ideal. If that's the only path forward, I'll have to accept that. We have multiple prints, and I can pass out even one of the red line ones from the city, and they address the side setback, and this is part of the building permit for this garage, and it's showing 26 feet back from the street, and that's exactly where the garage is starting. And I have forms sitting. I've sat on this project all summer, and I have proof in this file that we followed exactly what we were told to do. And now I'm being asked to wait till November. We're already sitting on a house that we cannot sell. We're trying to expand the housing market in Minot. We've held these lots for multiple years. And yeah, I will accept that, Alderman Blessum, if that's the only path forward, but it's very less than ideal for me, so. Our intent with this project is to build this out, put it on the MLS as a regular conventional listing, expanding the marketplace. And if we do this and build the garage out in November, we already have the materials purchased, we're sitting on it, and it's just a lot of money that we are wasting away, so. And furthermore, when we did put the footings in for the foundation, I confirmed with my contractor, he met the footings for the house were signed off on. It's exactly 58 feet back from the street. That's exactly what we were told to do to meet the setback guidelines. Things happened since then. The city had to change some things. I understand that because of things that happened with a complaint. But we're the ones kind of stuck holding the bag with this. And yep.
Alderman McMartin.
Tom, the house that you've got on the lot now, that's a modular home?
It is a manufactured home on a pier system. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, yes, Alderman.
Thank you.
Alderman Fuller.
I guess more for the rest of my colleagues than instead of Tom, but so if we're gonna hamper his building and everything for another 2 months as he sat here for 3 months, do we, instead of upholding the appeal, do we go ahead and give him the appeal and say, hey, you can go ahead with this one and then put the PUD in place after it so that way it fixes the rest of them, but at least they can move forward with this one?
That is the motion. That is my motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
That's why I wanted to be clear about the language. I am upholding his appeal, which gives them that right.
Okay,
Yes,
so he can start building immediately on that one, and then the PUD would go in place for everything after. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and good clarification.
So to clarify, so the
City Attorney.
Apologies, Mayor. So the Planning Commission's recommended action was that the council uphold the staff decision. So this is the opposite of that. Am I understanding that right, Alderman Blessum? Just for the
Yeah, if I could, and I want to be clear on this.
Yes.
The planning staff did exactly what the law says. okay? There is some questions around the communications and some of that. We have that on projects from time to time. But their interpretation and application of the ordinance, I believe to be correct. My point on this is that we are coming to the same conclusion in November by going through the process. We know that tonight, and if we vote for this, we are telling staff exactly where we're headed. For me, let's not continue to make the same problem. Let's get it solved and get it done. Now, there is a caveat to that whole thing. There is a legal question that this brings, and I'll look to staff to make sure that we understand that legal question, because any appeal has ramifications. And so I want to be careful about that and make sure that we understand it. But I also think we want to use common sense as often as we can. If we believe it's the right path, because again, we're in the middle of discussion here on this. If you look at these, there are two homes on either side that are built exactly as this one is intended to be. I would make the case that if you push this one back on purpose, you're actually changing the character of the neighborhood in a way that nobody's intending. Nobody. And so sometimes we've got to figure out ways legally to implement the common sense that we all know and have. And I think that's what we're trying to figure out right now. And again, Mr. Erie, you and I didn't talk before this, but I had extensive discussions with planning staff behind the scenes because I really wanted to come to a legal conclusion that made sense for all of us and that we could uphold going forward. And that's really what I'm looking for. And this is not ideal, but given the balance here, I think this is our best bet. I think doing it exactly as I've proposed is the right way.
Yeah, I guess I did have some conversation with Mr. Erie a couple of times about this, and I think the motion that we have on the floor addresses, and I agree with basically everything that Alderman Blessam said, but I think the motion that we have on the floor addresses the immediacy of moving forward with this one lot, and then the PUD part will also address the rest of the lots out there, because there is some long history to this neighborhood, if you will, or street, and it's not your fault that things changed underneath you. So I think that's kind of where we're at. Further discussion. Alderman Pottergula.
Just wanted to ask the attorney a question. Are we getting ourselves into trouble of treating people differently? Because in the past, we've been fairly hesitant to offer exceptions.
I think this path is going to make it really difficult to uphold this same ordinance against other property owners in the interim here while this PUD is being developed, because we could run into an issue where we need to treat similarly situated people the same, and it may not necessarily present the same set of facts that are present in this scenario. To my knowledge, I haven't discussed this with planning staff here before this meeting today, so I don't know if we have any similar situations that could be pending before the council coming up in between here and then, but planning staff could perhaps enlighten the council on that.
Would it be that staff can continue to uphold whatever rules are still in place, and the same right of appeal for those individuals would exist that we're dealing with here tonight?
It would exist, yes, Mayor Janser. They could also appeal it, and the reason why they would appeal it would be that they were not treated the same way as this particular property owner. There's also like certain reliances that people can make when they enter a community and they have a planning code on the books as to how it's going to be enforced by the council. So I guess my ultimate question on this, and I don't know if this was discussed with planning staff, is I'm not sure why the PUD was recommended over just amending the ordinance itself to allow people to do this. Maybe that would be something that would be more equitably able to be enforced with less risk.
City planner.
So, Mayor Janser, city attorney, the reason why we aren't recommending an ordinance amendment is because technically implementing it could be difficult, and in other situations we could see negative externalities from changing setbacks citywide. It has to do with the way our ordinance is written, and it has to do with the mobile home zoning section that states if a mobile home zoned district is being developed and platted in the same way an R1 neighborhood is being done, then it has to be treated like an R1 neighborhood. That's why this neighborhood is having R1 setbacks applied to it instead of mobile home zoning requirements. So trying to reconcile two different chapters with one another seemed much more technically difficult. Plus, this may not be our best path forward in most cases like this. We feel this is a unique enough situation with an old subdivision where we are looking to just get this specific case handled and built out. It's out in the ETJ, it's post-flood type development. We wouldn't want to create this situation in other places, is my answer.
Alderman McMartin.
How many other lots are we talking about in the PUD?
Mayor Janser, Alderman McMartin, off the top of my head, a dozen or less. Several of the lots within this subdivision would be easily developed within setback and are on an undeveloped side of the subdivision where we're not worried about that character and aesthetic of the existing neighborhood. It's completely undeveloped. We can implement, regular setbacks in that area. The lots are much deeper. We have, I want to say, probably 8 to 10 lots that are very shallow, and there's a drainage easement and a drainage ditch in their backyard, and encroaching on that it leads to problems in building, and addressing those specific lots are what we're looking to do here.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for the city planner? Any other discussion by the council? Alderman Blessum.
Just quick, so Steph, your main concern is in the interim between now and when the PUD would be put in place. There's a short window here where there's some risk that we may face additional questions from homeowners in this same way.
Yes, Alderman Blessum, and my concern too is if you're presented with an application that's similar to this property owner's, that be treated similarly by the council. And it may not necessarily be an application that's in this particular property, but it's a risk that could be present.
Yep. So if I can continue, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
That's exactly why I raised the question about what the legal ramifications are of all this. At the same time, I think I'm still left in the same spot, which is that while I sit on the council, I want to use what I believe to be good logic and collectively our logic of the elected officials, because otherwise there's no reason to have the appeal process. The law just is what it is. Right? So in my opinion, that allows us collectively to decide that this is in the best interests of how the city is built out, and we have that ability given to us in the law.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman McMartin.
Steph, my question would be, I understand what Mike asked, I understand how you responded. Does that chance for another appeal close out once the PUD is approved and they start pulling permits for that? Or is there a concern that hangs over our head for a number of years?
Alderman McMartin and members of the council, I think that property owner, what the council should be prepared for is that property owner would be asking the council for a PUD as well in their situation. And then the council would have to articulate a reason as to why a PUD may or may not be appropriate in that specific fact pattern.
Okay.
And if I could on that, Mr.
Alderman
Mayor.
Blessing.
Yeah, and so Steph, the PUD side of this to me is straightforward. We've got, again, our professional planning staff saying this is the remedy. And so for me, that makes sense. It fits with our logic and all that. I think for me, the biggest risk in my mind is the appeal. That's the part that gives me the most heartburn. But again, I think I'm satisfied that we've got a short window of risk.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Please cast your votes.
The motion passed unanimously.
Okay, that brings us to our section of consent items. There are 14 items this evening in that section. I have been asked to pull item 6.7. If anyone would like any of those consent items pulled for individual discussion, please let us know now so that we can set them aside and discuss them individually. Is there anybody needing something to be pulled? Seeing no one, what are the wishes of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I'll recommend approval of the remaining items as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded to pass the consent items other than 6.7. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on the motion.
The motion passed unanimously.
We'll now deal with item 6.7. This is a NAS Biota Bobcat Tool Cat sole source procurement. Is there a motion?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to approve the item. Discussion, I mean, Alderman Blessum, I believe you pulled this.
Thank you, if I could. And Jason or Tom, again, not a real big deal here. Whenever we have sole source procurement, I just get a little nervous with that. You know, we're a body that's here to protect the taxpayer and make sure that their interests are put in place. So can you just talk a little bit about how you guys got to that decision and how this maybe is different than other types of procurement that we do? And just to color that a little bit, the way that I understand it is that it's been decided that the Bobcat Toolcat suite is the right path, and I don't doubt that. I mean, I think that probably makes sense. I think my bigger question is it sounds like the selected dealer is in Ward County, and they're the sole dealer that by the way the regions work for them likely. How is that different than when we do procurement for all of these types of things where there's sole regional, you know? If we decide we want white pickups, we've gone through this on local sourcing, right? We don't buy them. We buy a state bid from Minnesota when we're buying pickups usually. So how did we get there with this one? Can you just walk through the progression?
Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessum. So like with Bobcat, that's Swanston equipment. So if we wanted to buy one from Fargo, we would still be buying from Swanston equipment. You know, so that's probably some of the nuance. You know, I guess, you know, to what you said, you know, we, down at the Biota plant, we looked at what we needed, and then we identified the Toolcat as the piece of equipment that we think would work the best for the operations we need. The Toolcat is the only one like it in the industry. So that kind of pigeonholes us to that Bobcat piece of equipment. You know, regarding we're probably going to have this debate for a long time about, you know, local versus. And I think from staff, we're just looking for direction. You know, we buy from the state bid because it's generally the lowest cost item that when we're getting quotes, you know, prior to us using state bid, when I was the assistant public works director, I bid these out, and generally Wesley's was the only one that bid, and they got all that business. So I don't think staff has any issue one way or the other. We would just, you know, looking for that direction as to how you guys want us to proceed.
If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Alderman Blessing.
And Tom, feel free to jump in here too. But so what does that mean in this case? Are we getting the best price for the taxpayer? Because I think that's really what it comes down to. You know, if we bid it out to the whole region, you know, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, will we get a better price for this? Or we don't know, right? Because, or is Bobcat, hey, look, this is how it is. I don't care what dealer you buy it from. It's exactly this price.
Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessum, I don't know how the government discounts work. I would expect that they're close. You know, but I would probably have to reach out to some other dealerships, you know, like say a dealership in South Dakota. I don't think they can deliver one to Minot, North Dakota. I think that, you know, those manufacturers, I think they protect those regions and those territories to make sure that someone like Swanston is making sure that they're getting all the business in their regions that they have stores in.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, I would just add, it's a great question, and sometimes you get in these sticky binds from my history with acquisition. In a former life, someone up the chain might say, well, we can do what we'd call a suitable sub. And that suitable sub ends up being nothing like the piece of equipment you really wanted. So it all sounded good and you'd save some money. I get that. But at the end of the day, maybe you didn't save any money if that piece of equipment just sits there and isn't being used. So in this case, I respect the fact that our professionals, did their homework, and this piece of equipment is the piece of equipment that they desire and they believe they need to get the job done. And as Jason has mentioned, yes, there's maybe an opportunity that there could be a lesser cost for the same piece of equipment elsewhere, but you add to the fact that Swanston equipment is right here in Ward County, so the purchase of the equipment, who you purchased it from, warranties, and those kind of things, it's local. So I'm okay with the sole source in this case.
Sure. And so, Mr. Mayor, if I
Go
could,
ahead.
again, I don't have any doubt that we've selected the right piece of equipment. And I guess what I get worried about is we had the council decide that local preference wasn't going to rule the day. And so I think in that, because here's the thing, once we made that decision, in my opinion, now we live fully in a world that says, get me the lowest dollar. That's it. And the weird part, if you get really technical about it, is we might be able to put it out for a bid and put all of you guys through a big bunch of work to get it done, get the bid process done. That costs us $5,500 in labor costs to save $2,000 on what the bid price is. So I'm sensitive to all that, and I get it. But I think, and I believe whenever I catch them, I'm going to ask about the sole source, because it's always a little bit funny to me when governments can buy without the bid. So I'm not doubting it here, but I just want it on everybody's radar that we've got to watch these very closely. Okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the purchase. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Samuels.
If I could, I'm not doubting this either, but part of what was said or talked about, it's very interesting that Bobcat can protect their dealers, and we can't protect our local dealers, or chose not to. Just very interesting. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, it's time to vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
All right, that completes section 6, and we are now moving on to section 7, which is our action items. And the first item is the general aviation terminal HVAC bid. Alderman Fuller.
Recommend approval.
Second.
Moved by Alderman Fuller, second by Alderman Blessum. Discussion. This is based on the failed HVAC system in our general aviation building, which also houses the customs office and a number of other things. So, okay, seeing no further discussion, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
7.2 is a budget amendment from general fund cash reserves for finalization of the patrol fleet. What are your wishes?
Recommend approval.
Move to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman McMartin. Discussion. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Please cast your votes.
The motion passed unanimously.
Item 7.3 is the acceptance of a donation for the Minot Police Department K-9 program. Is there a motion?
Recommend to approve.
Moved by Alderman Locken, second by Alderman Blessam. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessam.
Thank you. Just quickly, Dave, is there something we could put in code that would allow these to be done administratively, or is this very clearly something that we have to do? Again, this obviously is something we want to do. It's $100 is the point. Is there something we could do there or should do there, in your opinion?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, unfortunately, although this seems to be somewhat trivial, the council has the obligation to appropriate the funds, so we would have to do the budget amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion. Alderman Patergula.
Just wanted to take for granted that somebody from the city will write a thank you note to Mr. Hauge. I don't know if I'm pronouncing the name right, but Heston Hauge or Hogue gave $100 for one of our canines, and I think he should be recognized for that.
Okay. Further discussion. All right, seeing none, let's vote on the item.
Alderman Paugugula, did it pop up?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to hit save.
The motion passed unanimously.
Moving on, item 7.4 is the Minot Police Department remodel. There is a recommendation that the phases 1 through 4 be approved, or that the authorization for phase 1 be given with consideration of further construction or renovation beyond that. In addition, that would authorize proceeding with the final design and construction.
That.
Okay, what, you're moving?
The whole package.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion. Alderman Fuller.
So if I remember correctly, when we were sitting at the police department talking about this, approving the whole package means we have to appropriate funds for all of it up front, correct, Dave? Okay, so that means you want to bond this, Steve? Is that what you're suggesting? Because as we talked about that day, we have, the whole package is $21 million. If we do it all at once, we have $5 million sitting aside, so we would bond $16 million at 5% over 20 years, which would cost the taxpayers $26 million. Whereas if we take this in chunks, as hopefully our city tax levy grows with some of these things that are coming over time, we will have more money to do it, and it won't cost us an additional $9.7 million. I mean, that's what you're suggesting that we do? Because how are we going to pay for it after we bond it? What's the next step going to be? We're going to say, oh, you got to raise property tax to pay for this bond because we put it out there for the next 20 years.
If I could respond to the question. Yeah, I was present for that discussion, and one of the things I remember the finance director saying that it's very hard to predict how much this would cost bonding versus other ways. I guess, and I might be willing to withdraw the motion, but what I want to point out is that if we go for the whole package, we're saving the taxpayers $1 million in terms of the costs. Now, that may be offset by the increased interest rates, which the finance director says are hard to predict. The other thing I'm concerned about is if we do it in small packages, we run the risk, well, first of all, it'll take longer and it'll affect the operations of the police department. I think if we do it all at once, I think they said it was be something like half a year or 8 months shorter, which would really improve their operations. The other thing is in terms of who's responsible for what. We have this issue in the library where we have different contractors that have done different parts of the renovation, and the systems don't mesh very well. It's an issue of who's responsible for what warranty covers what, whatever. So as long as that's fully aware, on the part of people, I'd be willing to withdraw my motion and go for the, for the first two packages.
Okay, so, Alderman Pottergula, so you're withdrawing your motion, and are,
It's already been seconded, so we have
okay,
to.
is there a second?
I would concur.
You'll with your.
Our rules,
Yep.
Okay.
No,
point
I
of order,
will-
our rules don't allow it, so we would need to dispose with the motion. Correct,
Yes,
Steph?
yes. Once it's moved and seconded, then the motion belongs to the body.
Okay,
Yep, so
okay,
move to
thank you.
dispose of it.
So, okay, so we have a suggestion that the motion be defeated and we go for a different motion. Any further discussion? Alderman Samuelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. However we do this, I've always supported the police department remodel, and I believe it's a shame that we're still sitting here after City Hall left that building, and there's still no answer to it. This should have been taken care of 5 years ago. I do believe that this is, the step way is the best way to do it. I will not vote for one that's not paid for ahead of time. I just want to put that out there. Phase 1 could be paid for. We have that sitting aside. So, I mean, whatever the motion comes up, but we need to look at this kind of in that way. I want it to move forward. As I said before I took office, it was at a budget meeting. It just blows me away how slow government works. This could have been taken care of and should have been taken care of a long time ago. If nothing else, the police department should have been occupying this building 5 years ago, the whole thing. And they could have told us exactly what they needed to move or whatever it is. Like, it's just a shame that we've come to this, and I know we need to move it forward, but we also have to pay for it without, the taxpayers paying millions of dollars in interest.
Alderman Pottergula.
In defense of government, I was on the police station remodeling committee in the year 2000, and I felt we needed a new building back then, and I did what I could to move it, but the political will was not present among the other 13 members of the council, so I tried.
Other discussion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve phases 1 through 4. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion failed, 1-6 with dissent from Fuller, Janser, Locken, McMartin, Padragula, and Samuelson.
Mr. Mayor,
Alderman Blessam.
I'm going to move Phase 1 at $5 million.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Alderman Blessam.
So what this is meant to do is to get the real discussion going for what I believe needs to happen. Now, the good news is, in my mind, is if we can get agreement on Phase 1 where the money's already allocated, we're in a good position then to have discussions about what do we do beyond that. But I also want to ask a question, and we've got some of our consulting team here to help us. One of the things, and I'll ask this to the chief and also to you gentlemen, one of the things that I've been uneasy with since our presentation at the station, and even before that, the chief remembers my discussions with him. It's important to me that we invest in our staff in a way that's very meaningful. And what that says to me right now is the updated gym facility and the updated locker rooms. And so my question to the team is, could Phase 1 be adjusted so we still get all the structural things that we need to do? We need a sound building, number one. That's a non-negotiable in my mind in Phase 1. But I would rather see us investing in those two items that I talked about as part of our Phase 1. And really what everybody needs to understand then, that leaves second floor out of the equation for Phase 1. And I understand that. I understand that renovating that floor and our detectives and everybody that would occupy that, that's giving something up. And believe me, I understand that. But to Alderman Fuller's, or to Alderman Samuelson's point, they could occupy that today. They could use that floor. It's open, and it's been open for years. I remember walking through there with the city manager, Harold Stewart, with my take on it was they purposely were not, while the council made a decision about what it was doing. That makes no sense to me, okay? So can you comment on that a little bit? Is what I'm suggesting with moving the gym and the locker room facilities on the first floor forward into phase one instead of the second floor, is that doable around that 5 million number? And if not, we could certainly make adjustments, and I'm not asking you for the number on the spot. I just want a general idea. And then there's also a question around that, around the timing, because that's one of the things in the memo. We're essentially backs against the wall now to make sure we use the 5 million in a constructive way. So can you comment on that whole, quick discussion there?
I would say we'd have to go back and study how that would fit within phase one. When we broke out the project into the different phases, we had to make sure that we maintain operational continuity for every part of the department. So when we looked at phase one, the low-hanging fruit obviously was second floor, because it would move investigations out of first floor into second floor and open up the space that they previously occupied for us to be able to do all those other pieces of it. So with the locker rooms and the fitness center, with those the areas that they occupy, we'd have to see what exactly that impacts in terms of what is currently going to have to stay there for part of phase one. So we'd have to do further study in order to understand that better.
Okay. So if I can continue, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So along those lines, as I just said, an option in my mind is the team could vacate the investigations area and move upstairs tomorrow. I mean, again, that's simplifying it, but the idea is that space is completely open. There's nobody occupying it, and yeah, it's not built to suit. But I've been in many businesses that are not built to suit. You work with what you got, right? And so my question is, if we needed to vacate part of that first floor and we've got the entire second floor available, is there a viable path to what I'm asking about? Because again, what I want is impact for that staff. And what I heard, I believe loud and clear, was gym and locker rooms were a big deal. And there's a lot of reasons for that, okay? We want to invest in their physical well-being, their mental well-being, and those locker rooms are a part of that right now, and we know that, right? Yeah. So I guess, again, just kind of continuing the thought, is there a path there, do you think?
So I would have to defer to the deputy chief in terms of the viability of second floor as it is for investigations or any other department.
Mayor Janser, Alderman Blessum, is it possible to occupy it? Like you said, yes, it is possible. Just to be clear, we did give that very good consideration. We actually had the investigators go up and try to figure it out in terms of blocking off different offices. The choice was theirs to stay in the investigations unit. We wanted them to move upstairs, but the problem was they were worried about fragmenting their operations, and it would have. It's clearly they would have. We would have had to put 2 or 3 people in an office, and we'd had to have kind of made it work, which can be done. So yes, it is possible to do. It is possible to go up there. It wasn't ideal, in our opinion. The decision was to wait to see what happens with the building, but it is possible.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could continue.
Go ahead.
So Dale, and I appreciate that. And so the question would be then, and again, these are the terrible things that we have to deal with money, right? If we were in a position and we're not even where we are now, where there's some kind of calamity in our funding structures going forward, is fully doing phase one as laid out right now, which again, in my line, just make sure I've got this right, is structurally we get the building in shape. Roofs are good, HVAC's good, we're doing the thing. Now, I know that there are things like electrical things that you would do with each phase, but in general terms, we're gonna have a workable building and we're investing to make sure it stays there. And we're getting our second floor out of phase one. If for whatever reason, this council or the next one decided, guys, we just can't do it, we can't go any further, have we met what the team is looking for? We all would love to sign up for the 20 million right now, believe me. But have we met what they're looking for out of this phase? And Chief, you remember me saying this, I want something that they feel the investment is there. are we getting that if phase one is where we stop?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, you are and you aren't. And so I'll tell you, since I've been here for the last year or so, as we looked at the upstairs, you start talking about bringing all of that stuff up there, all the files and whatnot, that has to get moved. Again, once you start, it becomes cumbersome. We're trying to figure out what is the most efficient way to keep our staff moving. If we do the upstairs, yes, we get a training room. So that allows for the officers and for us to host trainings and to have more trainings. It's 6 to 1, half a dozen of another. Is the gym and the locker room and all those things outstanding? We'd love it up front. But the reality is the building's falling apart. We know this. Some of you came into my office the one morning we were going over to the pound. The ceilings were falling out and it was flooding with water in my office. So we know there are leaks, there are this, there are that. We know that there are structural potential issues that have to be dealt with. So we can, and I've said this for a year, we can kick the can down the road, but that building is going to keep deteriorating. And it's not getting any better. No. And so that's where I'm at. So the upstairs, it's great, and it would work, and it's the most efficient way that we found, because we've sat through so many meetings to get to this point. And if we try to do it again, I'm not for sure what they're gonna charge to redo this whole schematic, but that's gonna cost.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can continue. So Chief, I think, I guess, I don't know, I can't speak for everybody up here, but for me personally, getting the building in shape so it does not leak and so that it's structurally sound is priority one and has to be done in this phase. And we've already allocated the funds to do that. What we need to do now is give direction to go get it done. And my only question is I don't even know if the last 20% of that funding, whatever that is, do we do second floor or do we do gym and locker room? That's really the crux of my question. And I don't know if those offset each other, that we don't know that answer exactly. But I just asked from a team perspective, which of those two items would they prefer? Because again, if we knew for 6.5 that we could get the structure correct and get gym and locker room done, and that would be a big win for the team, I might be willing to go forward with that tonight and say, let's go get it done, guys. Okay. But that's the hard part for me is that even, I think that's phase one with phase one off ramp, right? Or do I have the two backwards on phase two? Because if we're doing the front of the house on phase two, we can't even get there with that, with the off ramp.
Yeah.
Phase 2 is good.
That gym and I maybe I'm way too hung up on it, but what I felt through all the discussion was that's where we invest in them. That's where we make sure their well-being is everything we can do for it.
It's great. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessing.
Go ahead, Chief.
And that you are correct in that, but the reality is we have to get to that. And if you start tearing up different parts of the building that we currently occupy, even if we went upstairs, now you're talking about even more of an inconvenience of moving everything back down. And so that's been the trepidation for everyone. What is the most efficient manner to get this accomplished? And I don't have the crystal ball for that piece. I'm gonna leave it up to the architect.
So to go back to your question about the phase one off-ramp, that includes records and administration. So it doesn't include any component of locker room or fitness.
Yeah. So just to continue that thought, if we wanted tonight to move through making sure the gym and the locker room got done, we've got to do all of phase two. Am I remembering that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Fuller.
And thank you, guys. This is more for my colleagues. So I guess I'll tackle the elephant in the room. If we got to talk about doing the first two phases to get what you want and everything else, that means we have to come up with $10 million. We have $5 million. So where do we get the other 5? Dave, could you please come up here? Because we've been talking about this for 10 years. we have the magic fund, which has what, 12 point some million dollars in all the buckets, if I'm not mistaken. And then there's an account where the sales tax sits before it goes and fills the buckets. Is that not accurate?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Fuller, that is correct.
Okay, so is it possible, Steph and Dave, for us to take the $5 million, whether it be out of that account or out of the magic fund or somehow, because again, we talk about primary sector. Is there a bigger primary sector than law enforcement and fixing our police station in our city? I'm not sure there is. Is that something the council can vote to move that money in a way to give it to PD to use?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Fuller, it is not. It does not meet the state definition of primary sector.
Okay, how about the money sitting in the account that fills the buckets from sales tax? How much is in there today?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Fuller, I don't have that number off the top of my head. That money is allocated every year during the annual budget process. And again, I don't think it would meet the definitions under the sales tax ordinances to allow that expenditure.
So we have $15, $16 million of the people's money sitting there doing nothing when we could use it for something else. Like, how do we get around this, guys? Like, this is where, when we tried to change the sales tax narrative last year so we could use it for multiple things and we got it voted down. This would allow us to use some of that, or a good portion of it at least. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Alderman Blessam.
Yep. So where we sit with the motion that's on the floor is that we could move forward with phase one, which, just being clear to everybody, will get the structural things done that I think we all agree need to get done. We need a building that's functional. And then it will continue and build out the second floor. And what that, in my mind, what that's doing, that's betting on our future selves that we're going to have what we need to do at least phase two. I mean, to me, that's probably where we need to get to long term. But as Alderman Fuller just said, the big elephant in the room is, where does that $5 million come from? I honestly don't know right now. There are some things that we can do, and we're going to have a lot of budget discussions over the next 2.5 months. But I don't know what that's going to be right now. So my suggestion is that we give the team the authority to move forward with what they've got and to make phase one happen. I still have some question about whether phase one is configured exactly right, but we may just reanalyze and respend on work to not really gain anything. So we may be better off getting the $5 million authorized and letting them move forward, and we take each year and each phase as we can going forward from there.
Mr. Mayor.
City Clerk.
Alderman Blessam, I just wanted to make sure that your motion includes the second portion of it to authorize the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city and direct Ackerman Asphalt to proceed with the design.
Yes, I guess that would be inherent. If you want me to restate the motion, start over, we can. But to me, that would be implied if we're authorizing phase one.
Alderman Fuller.
Well, I was just going to second it if it hadn't been seconded.
Oh, yeah, I think we're in it. So.
I think we have a motion and a second
okay.
for that. Yep, okay. Further discussion?
Mr.
Alderman
Mayor.
Samuelson.
Thank you. I'll support this motion. I thought about it kind of like Alderman Blessam did, of almost doing first floor first as phase one, phase two. But I get the efficiency of it and stuff, and I know that this needs to move forward. Again, for me, we have to pay for it as we go forward. Something that I really want someone to look at, staff to look at, and I'm glad that Alderman Fuller brought it up. So if I remember correctly, our ordinance puts the money, directs it to the Magic Fund. And the Magic Fund, we have guidelines. We as city council and staff can change those guidelines. One of the things that really interests me is this is city infrastructure. And one of the things that can be in there for primary sector is infrastructure or primary sector. We've been sitting on that money so long, and if to me this is an economic development, I don't know what is. It would save the taxpayers millions, possibly, if we bond it. And it's just sitting there. It would really make sense that we look at doing something like that. Our police department needs this. It needs to be updated, and it's been way too long. And this is a first step to move it forward. And we can come up with the money. I'll be the first person that votes for the next 3 phases.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman McMartin.
Primary sector employment, primary sector jobs are what those dollars are meant for. And primary sector, as defined by the state, is new revenue in the community. Not something that exists, not retail, not commercial, and unfortunately, certainly not government services. I'd love to be able to do that for the police department. But that right now is not what primary sector employment is. It's not what's in the ordinance. And I know that ordinance fairly well because I worked on 4 of the renewals of the 1 cent sales tax.
I'm sorry.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead. I'll quit there.
Okay, well, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I thought you
No,
had finished.
I'm good.
So, sorry. Okay, Alderman Pottergula.
Just a couple of comments. I think, first of all, I agree that the Magic funds need to be used more creatively and productively. Entrepreneurship promotion, for example, I think they need to be used, not just sitting there. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we made a commitment, we made a promise when we went to the people and asked them to vote the sales tax. We made the promise that this would be used for economic development or wealth generation. As much as I love the police and their facilities, this is not the wealth generation that the people agreed to. And to me, it's an issue of trust. Maybe it was 20 years ago that we went forward with the Magic Fund. Maybe we need to look at another form of funding. I, for example, note that Fargo recently passed a public safety sales tax. That, to me, would be an acceptable option. We keep the lid on the property tax and we get some of these funds through sales tax. The police chief has also talked about being more aggressive in terms of grants. Won't build a building, but maybe parts of it or other expenditures. But I think it would be a fundamental mistake to shift the money from economic development, which is what it was meant for, and put it into the pockets of government. I personally would like us, and I agree with Alderman Blessum here, is that we need to improve the habitability and the quality of life for our officers. And I would suggest if his motion fails, which I will vote against, that we go ahead with the first 2 phases. That we have $5 million in the bank now, and then we bond for the other $5 million. Again, the political will isn't there to go the full extent, but I think this might be a compromise. This would fix the infrastructure. And I was one of the people who was in the chief's office when there's a part of the ceiling that fell down. That's not a real safe thing to have your ceiling fall down. And there were a lot of air quality issues. And again, it's been clear we needed the infrastructure updated. So my proposal would be, what I would argue for and vote for is to vote against Alderman Blessum's motion and to go for the first 2 phases. We have $5 million there, we're halfway there, and bond the other $5 million. And again, leave the funds in the Magic Fund. Urge our economic development people to be more creative, and examine this fall when we look at budgeting and have a retreat. Examine looking at broadening the funding base away from property taxes and more towards sales taxes. Fargo has done that. They seem to be doing very well with it, and I think that would be one way of kind of compromising it.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessum.
Thank you. One of the things I'll say, just to the alderman's comments, I think it's a little bit dangerous right at this second, in my opinion, to not move forward with what I've suggested. If we don't have the will to get phase 1 done, the next motion, 15 seconds later, can be to add phase 2. Okay, if we want to add phase 2, we can look at that as a separate motion and decide on it. Otherwise, we may walk away tonight with no agreement and nothing done, and we are unallocating these funds at that point. So I want us to be a little bit careful. I think we could have a good discussion on whether to move forward with the second phase right now, but the motion on the floor is for the first phase.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Fuller.
Thank you. One comment to Alderman Padragula's comments. The Magic Fund was developed, that initial sales tax was almost 40 years ago, right? And it's changed a couple times over the years. But the economic development portion of it that you speak of hasn't been used, other than the flex pace and pace system portion of it, in almost 10 years, Steve. It's sitting there doing nothing. The account that takes the sales tax every year and sits there because it has no place to go into the buckets is doing nothing. Like, one of the questions I guess I would ask maybe Steph, as a home rule charter city, do we not, I know what state law says, what primary sector is, do we not have the ability as a home rule charter to change that, alter it, or make it less?
Alderman Fuller, members of the council, I don't believe that we do. It is in state law. It's set up as a job development authority for primary sector, and primary sector is pretty, I'm not seeing anything under the general definitions where that's at that allows us to alter what that could entail.
Okay.
That definition.
Okay, thank you. So then I guess, at some point then what we maybe need to do is ask the public. It's their money. That's right. Let's ask the public what they want us to do with it. Because if they tell us that we have the ability under their purview, and I don't know, I mean, we're probably going to have to put it on a vote, on an election. But if we have to ask the public, say, hey, can we use that money for something else? We know what we promised you 40 years ago, but that hasn't been coming true in the last decade. So do you want us to do something else with it? I think that's our only path forward here, guys. Like, Steve, I understand where you're coming from, where we bond the second part. But again, every time we bond, it costs the public more money than originally what we're talking about. And yes, I agree, the police department needs to have their building redone. They need to have the space, they need to have the amenities. But every time we talk about this, every single time, you just said 5 minutes ago, you'd be all in favor of raising a 0.5-cent sales tax for public safety, right? We just raised sales tax another 0.5%. Now you want to talk about going to the max.
That was the Park District.
Correct. But
That's
the
not
city
we.
as a whole. The city as a whole.
There is no such thing as the city as a whole.
Steve, we are one giant taxing authority. The people in the city of Minot do not live in a vacuum. They don't get to choose to just pay the city portion of the tax or the Park District portion of the tax. They pay all of the tax every single year. So when one of us as a taxing authority levies tax, it's as a whole, whether we say it is or not. Everybody in this town pays from 4 different places: the city, the parks, the schools, and the county, right? They don't have a choice to not pay all of it. So what I was getting at is we need to be more realistic. Instead of saying, hey, raise tax, we should look at that. We're also talking about raising property tax $6.5 million this year. Like, at what point do the people in Minot get tapped out? Because sitting here talking with everybody, it doesn't sound like you think they're ever going to get tapped out. But people are not moving to our city. They're moving to Surrey, and they're moving to Burlington, and they're moving to other places where property taxes are lower. And I can prove it if you just drive out to those places and look at how they've grown as communities. So we have to be realistic. And so I think what we have to do is, I think Mike's right. We have to approve his, that we have the money saved for. And then maybe our next option is, yes, we want to talk about approving option 2, but how do we do it without going and saying, hey, we're going to tax you more, we're going to raise this, we're going to bond this. Let's ask the public what they want us to do with the money that's sitting there.
If I could respond, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman McMartin. Oh,
I don't even know where to start after that. The dollars that are sitting in the Magic Fund, if we want to talk about productivity, if we want to talk about having done things, that organization could very easily have spent the entire money more than once. And would we have been left with jobs? Probably not, because their mission then would have been to spend money so they don't talk about this type of, so they wouldn't get into this kind of a conversation. The dollars are spent when there is a viable business coming to town, and they spend time looking for those viable businesses. There is nothing that they're trying to do to hoard money. And to take the money away when we have, you know, I've heard councilmen say, well, North American Steel's coming. Well, North American Steel's going to want incentives. If we take the money away and spend it on something frivolously, like has been done with the reserve funds, when we could have had the money to put into the police department, it makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. And smile, please. I love your smile. And Mike, I sit here and I want to be very cordial, but the way you responded to Alderman Padragula, it was like you were throwing down a gauntlet. I dare you to vote against the first motion because the second one isn't going to pass. And that's not collegial, and that's not decorum for this podium.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessam.
Thank you. So one of the things I think that we've maybe forgotten that we were headed towards was a set of motions and a direction during last year's budget season to change the ordinance. We have a path to do that. Now, yes, that does not touch the principle sitting in the Magic Fund. And I don't think there's anybody suggesting exactly that at this moment. But we're not even to the item where I was going to talk about this a little bit more later tonight. We'll get there. But that is still completely doable. Now, we have to structure it slightly differently because we don't want to do a reconsideration. But we have to have a pretty serious conversation about the funds that are available. The idea that we would bring ourselves to 8.5% for sales tax, I just don't, I can't imagine it. If we want to find a way to make people drive further through Minot to make sure they get to Bismarck or to our other partner cities around the state, we'll find a way to do it by doing that. Beyond that, you know, the idea that suggesting that we make sure we get the fundamentals done to keep a building up that we own and run is somehow untoward, I heartily disagree. I believe that is the right path tonight. And if a further motion is brought by someone, we'll all consider it and we'll all talk through it. I tried tonight to come with alternatives to actually spend more than we've already allocated to make sure the things that I think are priorities get done. It doesn't sound like that's viable. So I believe I gave us the next best option to move things forward for the chief and his team. And so, you know, I guess I work hard to be ready for what I'm doing and to be, while firm in what I'm doing, to be cordial and respectful. And I believe I do that. It may come off differently to some from time to time, but I am up here representing the people of this city, not staff, not important people, not anything else but the people who are paying the bills. And that's all I'm looking for out of every single conversation we have. And so, again, I'll reiterate, I think the best path forward right now is to approve phase one so the team can move forward. I'm giving in on the pieces that I felt were important because I still think it's important that we move forward. If someone wants to bring a motion to look at additional phases, or you could do it as an amendment right now. If you feel it's important, you could add phase two as an amendment to this and we can see where everybody stands on phase two.
I would just do that. I would make an amendment to Mike's motion to add phase two, because that would do what he wants. That would improve the quality of life in terms of a locker room and fitness facility. That would fix the infrastructure. I think we're moving in the same direction. I'm just moving down from the 4. You're moving up from the 1, and I think we could meet at the 2. So I would make that amendment. I would support it then, starting with phase 1 and building on.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. we had kind of a far-ranging discussion there on the original motion, and I guess what I would, one question I would have is, on your motion, Alderman Patagula, is what would the funding source be, or is that a to-be-determined item?
I think the only thing that's available right now would be bonding. And maybe, in the next couple of months before the budget year starts, we could look at other sources, maybe cutbacks in other areas or whatever. But if we need to commit to some money, I think bonding is the only way to do it at this point, this evening at least.
Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Blessing.
Thank you. Dave, what will this motion do? Do we need a funding mechanism identified to obligate the funds? Because I think we're obligating funds.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I had to apologize. I had to get a power source for my computer. However, so I may have missed part of that motion. However, what's required is to appropriate the funds. So if we don't identify a funding source, we would assume we would either use reserves or issue bonds. The issue that we have is, for example, if the city or the council decided to move forward with the whole project, we don't have enough in reserves to be able to fund that out of pocket. We would have to come up with some other funding mechanism to do that. So that's kind of where we're at. We need to figure out what that balancing act is. And then without knowing what the markets are like, or will be like when we go to issue the bonds, it's hard for us to put a number on exactly what the debt service cost would be.
What are the reserves now? Would they be enough to pay for phase two?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, right now with the budget process, we're projecting the reserves to be around $26 million at the end of 2026. So by statute, we're required to have 1/12 reserve. However, cash flow requirements can often cause issues with that. And an example with that is typically property tax revenues come in early in the year. The property tax relief credit funded by the state doesn't come in until later in the year. So there's some timing differences, even though that money is made up by the state. However, that property tax number is still only a small portion of our overall budget.
So could we safely take the money for phase two out of the reserves? Would we be safe doing that? I mean, I know it's not totally predictable, but would we have enough? Because it's a savings account. That's what reserves are. And you use savings accounts for big ticket items, a car, a new roof, whatever, maybe a police station.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Patagula, my answer would be consistent with when we discussed this at the police department building, and that is, it depends. And part of it will depend on what happens with the rest of the 2027 budget as we craft that. So, for example, if the level of spending stays consistent where we are at the 26 budget and the other funding sources remain the same, and we anticipate spending roughly the same amount of reserves for operation expenses in 2027, I would tell you that I would not be comfortable with spending additional money in reserves for this capital project. Okay. So, again, not to have a cop-out as an answer, but they all move in tandem.
Any other questions for the city finance director? Thank you, Dave.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Alderman Blessum.
Thank you. So, there's been a lot of talk over the last couple months through the election season up until now about the use of reserves and what that all meant. And one of the things that I'll ask everybody, first of all, is if you watched or you paid attention to the council as we moved through it, I'd like to know which of the reserve uses you didn't agree with, number one, keeping in mind that virtually all of them were 7-0 votes from this council, not this council, but the prior one. There were people that disagreed with that direction, but they still voted yes when the time came. So first of all, I think you want to think about that. The other thing is, and I've been very clear about this, is that getting reserves down to what I believe to be the right level means these discussions we're having right now happen. If you've got $45 million sitting in the bank, what's another 5? What's another 8? doesn't matter, right? That's why we have reserves. No, when they're under control, you have real discussions about real things that impact families. And that's what we're doing right now. So while we may rail on the use of reserves to return money collected in excess of state law, yeah, I'd like to know who would vote against that one. That was 7-0. I'd like to know who would vote against Alderman Pittner's motion at the end of last year that gave the last 1.4 of that back when we had already settled on about 22 million instead of 20.1. I'd like to know where those would have come from, because those were all 7-0 votes for using reserves. So we are where we are because we are now right-sized and we have got serious decisions to make as a government. And that has been my intent, and I'll be open and clear about that, was to get us in a place where we have real serious decisions to make about how we go about things. So again, while I think this is a good discussion on item 2, I think we all have to think about what that will mean. Do we have a back of the envelope on what the bonding will cost us per year in the general fund, Dave? Do you have any, is it, if we did $5 million bond to cover the other 5? Sorry, we ran Dave's computer out of juice completely. Oh, yeah. We're headed towards 9 o'clock for those that are watching here. It's getting, and it's back of the envelope. We know that, Dave. Just.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would do this math in my head, but inevitably I would be wrong then. So, again, making assumptions on what we think the rate might be like, and this may be a little heavy-handed. I'm not sure. 20-year amortization, annual payment for $5 million at 5% would be just under $400,000 annually.
Yeah, and so over 20 years, we're looking at $8 million to cover a $5 million debt.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Blessum, you're correct. Your math, mental math, is a little quicker than mine. Maybe 7.9.
It was Alderman Fuller. He whispered
just
it
over
to me.
7.9 million. And again, if I may continue, that assumes it's an assumed interest rate, an assumed amortization, the cost of issuance, all of that included in that 5%. So it isn't necessarily that that's what the coupon rate would be, but it's the bond council's fees. That would be a all-in cost.
Dave, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Fuller.
Dave, would you ever consider bonding it for a shorter time, like a 10-year period, so it only costs us a little bit less? I mean, obviously, it increases our payment by double, right? Goes to, or just under double, but.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Fuller, again, my answer is it depends.
On the rates.
And again, I think somebody had mentioned it earlier, because then we have to account for the debt service annually. So shortening that amortization, and obviously it would be something that we would consider, because typically we would receive more favorable rates, but then obviously that increases the annual debt service requirement that would have to be presumably paid for with property taxes.
Other questions for the finance director? Seeing none, thank you, Dave. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to amend the initial motion by adding phase 2 at $5 million. What further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote on the amendment.
My computer went to sleep.
You want me to call the roll?
I'm there.
The motion failed 2-5 with dissent from Blessam, Fuller, Janser, McMartin, and Samuelson.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion authorizing phase one. Further discussion.
Call for the question.
Question's been called. Let us go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Moving on, we're at 7.5. This is the general aviation apron pavement maintenance contract with Mead and Hunt. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the recommendation. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
7.6 is a budget amendment and acceptance of a fiscal year 2026 Banfield Foundation Community Cares Grant. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Locken. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor? No, go ahead, Rob.
Chief, could you come up here for a sec? Please? Pretty please?
He's hiding.
Thank you. I just real quick. So accepting this grant obviously leads to 7.7, right? That's where this is going.
Yeah.
My question is, if we accept this grant, can we hold 7.7 off until after we implement our new fee structure for licensing or not? Or does it have to happen right away as this? Because this 7.7, when I read through this, looks like it happens before we implement the new licensing. And my question, I guess, is going to be, I have no problem taking this money and doing the licensing thing, but why wouldn't we do it after we implement our new structure instead of before?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Fuller, we could hold off on that. Am I correct?
Oh, sure, yes. We have until June of next year to spend those funds.
Okay.
But with that said, this is a low cost, this is a community event for, to help folks to kickstart this process of getting the licensing and all those things going. And so that was the purpose of this. And I've explained to you guys that we're gonna do more and more of these kind of things, low cost, vaccinations and whatnot, and be writing for more grants. Well, okay, I'm not. She's writing for more grants.
Thank you, guys.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessing.
Along the same lines, and Dave, I apologize, we might need an answer from you again here. If we accept the grant and directed staff to hold the 7.7 event in April of 2027, are we okay with how we handle that money throughout that process?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm not sure what the terms of this particular grant are. I wasn't involved in writing this grant or anything to do with it. So it just depends on what the terms of the grant are and what the conditions of the award are, if there's a timeline associated with it.
Okay, and so if I could, so
Go ahead.
Chief, do you know in the grant, does it have to be spent in 26?
No, it gives us until next year, next June of
Oh, it is next June.
2027
Okay.
to spend those funds. However, we wanted to have this event and accept these funds so that we could encourage people to proactively participate in our pet licensing program. And this is kind of a way to introduce the community to what that process is and to also offer them the opportunity to get their animals the necessary vaccinations for that licensing. With our current vet shortage, that's become a little problematic. So before we start changing fees and rewriting ordinance and enforcing ordinances that have already been there, we wanted to have this community event so we can fill that need a lot better and sort of gain their support in this moment now and move forward with it.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we, yes, to answer your question, Alderman Blessing, yes, we can hold that based off what she said. I was talking to Sarah about this. It could serve 125 residents with this particular event. But again, we can hold it off until everything is put more together. We have the ordinance rewritten and the online portal up. And so the fee structure will be coming on the next council agenda. I believe we're done. And so we're just, once that's completed, then we'll start looking at the online portal. But for this, even at the very least of accepting it, we can hold it. And if that's the council's wish, then we can do it next spring and kick it off. So either way works.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Alderman Blessum.
So, Chief, is there any deadline for accepting the funds? Are we in jeopardy if we were to table this until the next meeting when we have a fee structure and have a little more discussion?
I'm not certain on that. We are kind of past the acceptance fee right now. I did explain to their grant committee that we had to get this on this meeting, and I was expecting an answer today, and I guess one way or the other I will. So I feel like we're kind of past that acceptance window a little bit. There are other granting opportunities, though, from this community or from this particular organization throughout the year. We can just apply again.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could, so just for all of our benefit, I think this is all the right ideas, right? To me, it's just a matter of some timing things around how do we roll this out with the public. There's just a lot there. The other thing that I would say is that in the grand scheme of things, getting this right, I think, is probably more important than the roughly $2,000 that would be here. Those are great things, and you guys are doing an awesome job of moving this forward in the right ways. So, I guess just for my colleagues, I'm prepared to vote yes on this because I think we still have that flexibility. My preference, had you said, oh, it's August 31, I would have wanted to table it just so we could get the whole picture. But I get that. So I think we've got flexibility still there. If we do decide that it's best to hold this once we've got the full structures in place, it looks like we still can. So I think I'm comfortable moving forward with this one.
Further discussion? Questions for the chief?
No, and you all know that if that's your wish, that's what we'll move forward, and we'll hang on to that, and we'll schedule it in the spring. The biggest thing is to start the processes and to get these processes moving forward. So,
and Mr. Mayor, to be clear, that's why it's important that we've got two different items tonight. That works really well for us because we can get this one done, get the funds coming, and then give you direction on the next one of what. And again, it's not just me; it's the whole council. So what the whole council believes is the right path.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All right. We have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
Okay, we're on to 7.7, which is approval of the city-supported pet license event. What are your wishes?
Mr. Mayor?
Alderman Fuller.
I'd like to recommend that we table this one until the new fee structure has been put in place and the council has a better idea of what the timeline is for getting that implemented and then have that licensing thing at that point.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Second by Alderman Blessum.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, if I could, please.
Blessum.
Thank you. To the city attorney, are we better off putting a date to the tabling? Is that what we would want? You said until we have the fee structure, right? Now, that could be read as, next meeting when we see it, but I think the better approach actually is when we pass that with our fee resolution, which is October. So I just want to make sure that we're clear, and we can do it either way, I think.
My motion, the way I intended it, was for when we pass the fee structure
Okay.
in October.
Okay, everybody clear on that? All right. If there's no further discussion, let's vote on the motion.
The motion passed unanimously.
All right. 7.8 is a property damage settlement. It's recommended that we approve the settlement offer and move forward on that basis. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
I'll second.
Moved by Alderman Fuller, seconded by Alderman McMartin. Any discussion?
Yes.
Alderman
I'd like to ask
Padragula.
Finance Director Lakefield, sorry.
Go ahead, Alderman Padragula.
It's only $1,000, but why are we approving a settlement that isn't for the full cost of the damage that was caused to the city and its taxpayers?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Padragula, this is somewhat common in these types of claims, and it's due to the age of the utility or the pole in this case that was damaged or destroyed.
Just kind of depreciated
like-
value.
Exactly, and that's exactly the term that they use is depreciation, that we're getting a brand-new pole in exchange for a damaged 10 or 12 or 15-year-old pole, or however old the pole is. So that's why they reduce the settlement offer. And in this case, they wanted us to sign a formal settlement agreement, the insurance company.
So we'll get a new pole for $1,000.
Excuse me, I missed.
So we'll get a new pole for $1,000. The insurance will pay all but $1,000.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Padragula, yes, essentially, yes, the insurance company will pay all but the $1,000 in change of the cost to replace the pole, and the remainder that we'll pay for with city funds.
That seems reasonable. Thank you.
Any other questions for the finance director? All right, any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
The motion passed unanimously.
7.9 is a budget amendment for the Third Street Bridge Repairs Engineering Contract. Is there a motion?
Move approval. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, motion to approve.
Moved by Alderman Locken,
Second.
second by Alderman Blessum. Any discussion?
I had some questions for the engineer.
Well,
Thank you, Lance. I wanted to get some general context for the $130,000 engineering fee. Just how bad, and also lay the foundation for what we're going to be talking about in a few minutes here with the budget, just how bad shape is the Third Street Bridge in now?
Well, Mr. Mayor and Alderman Padragula, it's, I guess it's what you'd expect for a 90-year-old bridge.
90?
90. It has some issues that, so when the DOT does their inspections, they can rank these conditions into significant and then critical. Okay, so So there's several elements in this bridge right now that have what they call a significant finding, which means you should fix these as soon as possible. If you'll remember, last year we went through a series of bridge repairs because the DOT had some findings that said they were critical, which means you fix immediately or you close the bridge. And for a time, we did have to close the bridge to do those repairs. So what we're trying to do with this project now is take all the significant findings that were in the report, and then some of the general maintenance issues that have to be performed here to get this bridge to last a number of years more until we get a permanent solution ironed out through the environmental process we're going through now. We're trying to wrap all those into one package and then put that out for bid early next year. And then while the bridge will be closed because we're reconstructing 3rd Street, that's the opportune time to try to get all those repairs done so then we don't have to close the bridge down yet another year after. So we're trying to get all of this stuff coordinated and kind of on the right path so all the bid dates and things line up.
What's the risk of it having a structural failure in the near future before the big repairs take place?
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Padrigula, it's always hard to say, but what these repairs that we're doing is the longer that you let these wait, the concrete around the steel, which supports that's the load bearing back to the foundation, as that starts to crumble away, the steel becomes exposed. Its capacity to carry those loads then diminishes, and that's where you start having catastrophic failures. You'll also see in some of the pictures that's in the amendment, there's what they call pack rust. So, the steel corrodes, and then it starts to expand, and then it starts to pop rivets out. And so those have to be repaired soon so that you don't lose that structural connection between the members.
So don't have an I-35 disaster like happened in Minneapolis.
That's exactly right.
But for right now, it's safe.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Mayor and Alderman Padrigula, if it was not safe, we would close the bridge.
Okay. Estimated cost for the big fix, the definitive fix?
So, Mr. Mayor and Alderman Padrigula, about all in with engineering and construction right now, we're estimating about $2.3 million, and that was the amount that was budgeted in the capital improvement plan. So right now, according to the design, we're tracking to that number. As we refine the design here over the next several months, eventually we come back to you for approval to bid the project, like we do in all of our capital projects. Then we'd have a final estimate to present to you.
So the $2.3 million would extend its lifespan for quite a while.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Padrigula, we are doing these improvements to inject at least 5 years of life, hopefully 10 would be our goal. But again, when the structure is 90 years old, things can pop up like they have over time, like this north abutment that is now in the scope. The last couple of years, that hasn't looked too bad. Over the winter, there's some more concrete that spalled. That wasn't anticipated, so we've added that now to the scope. So
we're probably going to be buying
over
5 to 10
time, we might
years.
be seeing more and more of these issues. But I think there will be a point, and that's kind of what I'm trying to get at in this project is let's do one last repair, inject the life that we need into the bridge to get the environmental scope figured out, the design, the funding, if council would greenlight a project, and then that puts us in a better position to address this long term.
And after the 5 or 10 years are up, very, very rough idea of how much it will cost to replace the bridge.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Padrigula, it really depends on the final options selected. So we're just now starting the engineering process, which will involve several alternatives that will be presented to the public here probably later this fall. Some of that discussion and direction will be driven by BNSF, who we have to cross. So we have to obviously meet their permitting guidelines. Otherwise, they wouldn't permit a new structure over their rail lines. And so once we get all that figured out, we'll start to narrow down the cost range, but it could be anywhere from 30 to 50 million.
Million.
Yes.
Okay. Because I remember when we did some improvements in that intersection, one of the things Public Works, I think, told us was they deliberately left some space there for when the bridge needs to be redone or a new bridge needs to be put in. So we've kind of planned for that.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Palladrua, on the south side, we
Right.
did. We purchased Ben's Tavern,
Right.
the bar that used to be there, because we knew that at a very minimum, the bridge is going to have to be raised a couple feet, which then raises the intersection, which would then present a problem to some of those structures that are right adjacent to the roadway.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for the city engineer? Seeing none, thank you, Lance.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's wake up our computers and vote.
Nope, okay, I'll call the roll. Locken,
Sorry. Yes.
McMartin,
Yes.
Padragula.
Yes.
Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Janser.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, we're on to 7.10, which is the contract for the Trinity Health Warehouse for city pound use. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Alderman Locken, seconded by Alderman Blessam. Discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. I did.
It's not recording you. Okay, Locken,
Yes.
McMartin,
Yes.
Padragula. Samuelson,
Yes.
Blessam.
Yes.
Fuller, Janser.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay. Moving on. Item 7.11, adoption of the 2027 preliminary budget and pay plan.
Move that.
Moved by Alderman Padragula. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Locken. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Blessam.
Thank you. There will come a time where we have a lengthy discussion on the budget. My proposal for my colleagues is that not be tonight. We've got a set of rules that we need to follow to get our process complete by the early October deadline. And in fact, we all need to have in mind that it's sooner than that to make sure that our finance team can actually implement our changes and get them through the process. So with that in mind, I'll be voting yes on this, but I want the public to understand that we are in no way done with the budget process. This is a preliminary approval. That's part of the procedural rules that we need to follow to get this to the county in a timely fashion. And just to be publicly clear about it, I will be bringing a package that will be about $8 million in adjustments to the budget, and that's to the property tax number itself. Now, whether my colleagues will agree to that, I don't know. But those changes will be coming, and there will be pieces of that we will all have the very hard decisions that I talked about earlier tonight. So we will have options in front of us before this budget process is done to not only not raise property tax, but to actually lower it if we chose. Now, do I expect that to happen? No, probably not. That's not the will of the council likely right now, but I will have proposals that will get us there if we choose that direction. And so with that in mind, I would suggest that my colleagues vote yes tonight. Let's get this part of the process done, and we'll move on to the next step.
Alderman Padragula.
I look forward to Mr. Blessam's proposal. I also will be formulating a series of proposals in terms of broadening our revenue base and looking at becoming more efficient. And I think we need to have a long, hard discussion, maybe as part of this or maybe later as a council, for where we go as a city in terms of setting priorities, particularly for the administration, and also more of a, I don't want to say smooth, but more of a predictable kind of approach to these kinds of issues. So I think the more ideas, the better, and I'm looking forward to hearing what my colleague has to say, and we'll hash it out, start hashing it out. And I want to emphasize, too, for the public, we've gotten a lot of input. Most of it has been very negative. We will have at least 2 public hearings on this, and we'll have several council meetings. So, we hear what you're saying, and we want to digest it and process it and come up with the best consensus that we can. So it's not done yet. Just starting.
Very well. Also, I think we're looking at a date for that work session for September 3rd, if that'll work.
Yeah, I just got all 7 responses. I almost positive that everyone's able to do it. It might not be the best time for them, but they're able to do it if the other members were willing to do it. So I'll be posting that tomorrow. That September 3rd at 8:30 a.m. in the council chambers will be the budget work session. And then I'm looking for council, once they approve or disapprove, once this motion is voted on, to motion about the public hearings. It was the second motion on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to also move that then?
I think it could be a separate motion.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? All right. Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Vote is not recording. Okay. Padrigula,
Yes.
Samuelson,
No.
Blessam,
Yes.
Fuller,
No.
Chancer. Locken,
Yes.
McMartin.
Yes.
The motion passed.
Okay, and then we have a second part of this item.
I'll also move that.
All right, moved by Alderman Patigula. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second by Alderman Locken. Any discussion? City Clerk.
I just want to point out, because typically our meetings start at 5:30. It's my understanding that the application time for the Planning Commission ended at 3 o'clock today. There is one application, so they will be hosting a meeting on September 9th at 5:30. The application and the meeting, they estimate to take about 15 minutes, because that will be the only thing on the agenda. So I moved that Wednesday to be 6 p.m., so just so everyone knows, at 6 p.m. The Monday, September 21st meeting is a regular city council meeting. And I would think the public hearing would be before consent.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Alderman Blessing.
I just want to clarify a couple things then about how this will actually lay out according to the law. When will we have our first reading of the budget?
The first reading would be September 9th
Okay.
with that public hearing.
So to be clear with the public then, we will have a working session, we believe, on September 3rd at 8:30 a.m., which, bright and early, but we'll get after it. That will be when we have, in my thought, the biggest parts of our real adjustments to the budget. We will then hear from the public twice after that, and we will have a second reading on what date? October?
September 21st at the
Okay,
regular city
okay,
council.
perfect. So the great news is, and Dave, just a nod is fine, that timeline, it works well for you to be done by our October deadline? Yes. And Jenna, you're
Jenna's
good?
given the
All right, I see a
thumb-
thumbs
Jenna's
up
given
from-
the thumbs
Yeah,
up,
Jenna gave the
so-
thumbs up. So I'm happy with that, because I think we've had the second reading typically in the first October meeting, so this moves us up one. So I think that's a great thing for our team, so good.
Yeah.
City Clerk.
I also want to reiterate that the budget work session will be aired. So it will be something that people can still participate in, even though it's at 8:30 in the morning and not typically at 5:30. Plus, it will allow for people to come and speak at the first public hearing about any of the implementations that came from the budget work session. But the council did vote during our first set of budget work sessions to have 2 public hearings, which is not typical normally for us, but it's part of our process for this year.
Okay. Good. Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote. If we
We'll try it.
try with technology, there we go. Fingers crossed.
The motion passed unanimously.
All right, that completes section 7. We are moving on to section 8, which is personal appearances, part 2. So, the,
Oh, I do know we have one.
okay, I have one sheet, or I'm sorry, one speaker's card, and that is from Billy Gunderson.
Mayor Janser, council members. ADA compliance is mandatory under federal law, under ADA Title II, Public Entities, and Title III, Public Accommodations. The City of Minot cannot authorize, open, or promote a public development that fails to provide it. Local ordinances, project timelines, and local building classifications cannot waive a federal civil right. Photo 1. Citizens Alley stating use at your own risk. I've addressed this photo at previous city council meetings. Photo 2, please. Ascend Wellness Fit sent out a new waiver days before the first class in 2026 at Citizens Alley. A class could not be scheduled online without agreeing to the waiver. Both were organized enough to draft legal paperwork to shield themselves from negligence claims. Photo 3, please. July 9th, navigating around the sign, I hit the uneven sidewalk, causing me to collapse over my lap, causing neurological deficits, mobility and sensory, having to go to the ER. The uneven sidewalk would have been repaired to meet ADA requirements for safety with an occupancy permit. This was observed by the hospitality table at the Amp Levitt event. Photo 3, please. July 8, from Ascend Wellness Fit, I received the online waiver. Next photo, please. It states that I have not agreed to it. Photo 5, please. July 9th, Ascend Wellness Fit chose to host an event at Citizens Alley. July 25th, with Audney supporting the photography and videography, being for North Dakota tourism. The sidewalk was ground down 2 hours before the July 25 event for North Dakota tourism, still not in compliance. When the city staff reviewed the sidewalk July 24th, they recognized only one issue of many. Lance then stated the owner had a year to ignore it. Luke then later stated that it is not the property owner's responsibility. Photo 6, please. July 10th, she stated that this includes, that the event includes a photo shoot for North Dakota tourism and will be in publications at a venue that does not meet ADA requirements for occupancy or building codes. I was devastated, feeling dehumanized when I read this. I was physically sick for a week, unable to respond. Those that have done so much, I felt were asking me to not speak out against this event, as I did about events at Sports on Top that does not have an elevator. Businesses also blocked and removed me were Nodak Wellness and Lotus the Gree that had them at Sports on Top. Photo 7, please. Assistant City Engineer Emily Huettel documents in the site plan approval addressing a final inspection and occupancy permit being required. Photo 8, please. The blueprints and drawings document a required handicap parking. After a year of being opened, it does not exist. Photo 9, please. In an email dated August 6, 2025, City Building official Luke Telema stated that there was no final approval for occupancy because it was not legally required and the owner chose to open prior to completion, and accessibility compliance is the owner's responsibility. He states also that the guardrail is in violation, now stating that it is not, that it was a ramp and is now a walkthrough. I believe this is still a violation, in addition to the violations I've addressed since 2022. Photo 10, please. When I asked Melinda Howe about my status with Ascend Wellness and being removed and blocked by her and her daughter Abigail Howe, who serves as the Director of Operations, she refused to respond. Factual pedestrian safety warnings were deleted and mobility impaired resident was blocked strictly to protect a state-sponsored marketing campaign for her business Ascend Wellness and Citizens Alley, which this city has supported and the Lieutenant Governor has supported. Discrimination and retaliation should not exist by the city or its leaders. As it is present, as I sit here at this table, far to the right of the podium, not able to be seen by city council members, nor can I see them. Thank you.
Okay, we're still in personal appearances, round 2. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Please come forward if you do.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
Thought you had to read my name or something like that. Anyway, good evening. I'm Lyanne Zildinger. I hadn't decided whether I was going to speak or not speak. First of all, as long as this meeting went tonight, it's not 12:30, so thank you for that. It has been in the past. It was a great discussion. I appreciate hearing the back and forth rather than just everything. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, 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 yes. So I appreciate all that. I'm one of the citizens you're going to hear from a lot because there's a limit to what we can pay as citizens for this city. Now, you want to broaden the property tax or broaden the base? I have heard for years, oh, the TIF fund. We get that building up and running, that will really increase our property tax base. Anything that does come in and they say, it'll increase our property tax base, which it probably does. But you know what? We never feel that because the minute there's more property tax added, they spend it. There should be a limit. There's a limit to what I can spend on my home. You need to start doing that very same thing. I have a huge, and I won't get into all the details on the Magic Fund, it was not written in stone. That money's sitting there And we have a police department that should have been built before this building. And you don't want to pay $5 million out of that magic fund for the police department. I find that irresponsible. This building was irresponsible, and we've got to stop. And you need to stop this excuse with the magic fund. We'll keep that 10 million in there for what? We've got a police department that really could be fixed up and redone the way it needs to be done for our police officers. Now, one more thing, quality of life. I will tell you, those words need to be removed from the vocabulary of this city. Not one of you up there can give me the quality of life that I choose for myself. To say the parks give quality of life for the young people and their families? What about the retired? How about the independent young people who have no children? What quality of life and the green spaces? I have a green space of my own, and it takes a lot of work, and it's my yard. To say that we need more parks in this town, we do not. So thank you for at least listening on that part tonight, because we need to worry about cutting back on the spending. We don't need to compare to Fargo. They're in a mess. I do not want to be like Fargo. We're close. But we do not need to compare ourselves to Fargo. Quality of life, and I will tell you, because this is kind of close to home and my time's about out, the only place in the country right now where everybody, 100,000 people, would say that their quality of life that they would ask for is not one fire for one season in Spokane. That's the only place that you could say that everybody would be in agreement. So remove those words, because you don't know what my quality of life and what I want any more than I what yours is. That's not on your purview. You don't have to worry about that. Get down to the brass tacks. Cut out $5 million somewhere else. If there's no way to rewrite the 10 commandments on that magic fund, then find the $5 million somewhere else and not bond it. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? We're still in personal appearances. Seeing no one, we'll move on. I should note that there was also some written public comment. I think that was covered in the speaker in the first section, and that's attached to the agenda. Section 9, miscellaneous and discussion items. Anything anybody has tonight?
Mr. Mayor?
Samuelson?
There's a couple points that I would like to make, and maybe some further discussion or something can be done. We need to do something with the sound in this room, with the microphones. I know there's people sitting in the audience that cannot hear when people are up to the microphone. I don't worry so much for myself because my voice would carry enough where I wouldn't even need this microphone if I wanted someone back there to hear me. But the microphone at the podium should not be a direct one. It should be able to pick up where it doesn't have to be in their face. And I don't know how we solve that, whether we get a professional in here. I know it can be done. I'm not a professional in it, but the sound in here sucks. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, and I'm glad that Lyanne brought it up, I really want staff to look at what we can do to change the Magic Fund. Because I know our ordinance has been changed. Mr. McMartin said that one has been changed 3 times, so I know it can be changed. It doesn't have to say primary sector. It could say maybe primary sector or city infrastructure. I know it can be changed. It's whether we have the guts to do it or not. I was one of the original voters that voted for the Magic Fund. And I'm here to tell you, it's not being used for what I voted for 40 years ago. And when it was changed at one point, probably 20 years ago, it's not being used for that. The other thing that I want to bring up on the part of the Magic Fund, and this one kind of irritates me, and I probably shouldn't bring it up, but it was brought up at a public meeting. I was in a meeting with North American Iron, and they were asked what they were looking at from the city for incentives, and they said nothing. So a response I got tonight, somebody needs to answer to me what incentives they want. So that's very interesting to me, and I can't let that one pass by. So I think that's about all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Alderman McMartin.
Alderman Samuelson, if I'm the one that said there were
Point of order,
incentives-
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I believe that when we are addressing the whole council and the mayor and the citizens and not a particular person.
That's fine. If I was the one that suggested that there would be incentives involved, I've not been in behind the scenes. I don't have any magic key to the Magic Fund. I don't sit and go to those places because that's not my job anymore. So if you have been someplace, you've been someplace because you're an alderman, you're aware of some knowledge that I don't have, or maybe the entire council is. But for me to suggest that there was incentives involved, that's usually the case with major industries coming to town.
Anything further? Anybody else? No takers. We're moving on to item 10.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, we adjourn. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Meeting adjourned.